Chapter 960. Ding. Character Kanace Natsuan has transformed into an angel. Obtained angel's power. Ding. Character Kanace Natsuan has fused with user's body. Mental compatibility. Beast Mark's activation condition is met. Demon Beast Seal activated. Character Kanace Natsuan has transformed into a familiar. Ding. Obtained familiar angel of holiness. The contents of a system notification stunned Wu Yin, who was in a state of confusion. Kanace has transformed into his familiar? What the hell is going on? What the hell is going on? BB shouted out Wu Yin's thoughts. She glared at Wu Yin with a ferocious expression. What did you do? Even though BB didn't care about Kanace's life or death, she couldn't accept the fact that her most powerful weapon disappeared right in front of her eyes. Coterie snapped out of her daze and looked at Wu Yin in shock. What's going on? This. Wu Yin smiled bitterly. Why are they asking me questions? He wants to know what's going on too. A living person has turned into his familiar, and she's now residing in his body. This is even more unexpected than merging with the girls' lives. Wu Yin didn't expect this. However, Wu Yin can clearly sense Kanace's presence in his body. She's sleeping with his other two familiars. She's residing in his blood, just like any other familiar. The only difference was that vassal beasts were a collection of mana, but Canon's vassal beasts were real. While obtaining a familiar, Wu Yin learned all about the familiars, including Kanace. Now that she's his familiar, Wu Yin can even read Kanace's measurements. Her existence is the same as well. That's why Wu Yin knows that if he releases Kanace, she'll appear in her real body. She's the same as other familiars, summoning Kanace to maintain her existence. Both require magical energy to support her, but she's immortal. As long as the host doesn't die, the familiar will never die. The host only needs to expend magical energy to summon the familiar again. That's what's happening to Kanace. In other words, she's a real familiar. Other than having an extra body, she's the same as a real familiar. Wu Yan's mind was still in a daze. It's strange to have an extra person in his body. Taking a deep breath, Wu Yin suppressed the questions in his mind. He told Coterie in a low voice, I don't know what's going on. Let's talk about it later. Sensei. Koju and Yakaina came to Wu Yan's side. They looked at BB. They were also full of questions. They wanted to know what had happened and where Canon had gone. But now is not the time to talk about this. You guys. BB's face was full of anger as she slammed the remote control on the ground. After smashing it into pieces, he picked up the remote control. Forget it. I have plenty of weapons like that. The three masked parasites that had been floating silently in the air suddenly came to life. They dived down towards Wu Yin and the others. Looking at the three masked parasites diving towards him, Wu Yin reached out his hand and placed it on his chest. Although I still don't know what's going on, it seems like we've become one. Wu Yin closed his eyes and muttered softly, ignoring the masked parasite that was about to attack him. I know you can hear my voice. So, Canon, come back to me once again. Wu Yin opened his eyes. Unlike his usual berserk demonic power, a gentle and holy aura surged from his body. As the gentle mana surged, the hand on his chest turned black at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then, a few blood-red lines appeared on his hand. In the next moment, a thick blood mist gushed out from the black hand that was covered in red patterns. Descend, Holy Angel! Following Wu Yan's summon, the bloody mist turned and its color was replaced by gold. It floated into the air and twisted into a ball of light. Within the ball of light, a beautiful figure slowly appeared in front of everyone. Her silver hair fluttered without wind, and three pairs of pure white wings fluttered up and down. A gentle golden brilliance circulated on the surface of her body, and with the halo of an angel, she opened her blue eyes. Canon, Koju, Yakaina, and Coterie shrieked. They didn't expect Wu Yin to summon a familiar, the so-called Angel of Holiness, to be Canon. No way. BB was also dumbfounded. As if she didn't hear their cries, Canon spread her arms, and the three pairs of beautiful wings on her back spread out. The feathers danced in the air. A faint smile never left her face. Canon closed her eyes again, and holy mana surged around her. The ball of light around her expanded and illuminated the entire area. Everyone involuntarily closed their eyes under the strong light, but they felt extremely comfortable. It was as if they were exposed to sunlight in winter. Everyone revealed a satisfied expression. However, the three masked parasites were different. Under the bright light, the three masked parasites cried out in agony and fell to the ground in agony. Waves of black gas rose from their bodies and dissipated in the bright light like a miasma. The wings on the masked parasites vanished abruptly, and the masks on their faces shattered into powder amidst the clear, cracking sounds. They had actually broken away from their fake angel's form and turned into humans. This was Canon's ability. Or rather, it was the ability of Wu Yan's familiar, the holy angel. Purify. Purify all filth in the world. Heal. Heal all pain in the world. After transforming into a familiar, the holy angel, Canon had completely lost her ability to fight. However, she now possessed unparalleled purification and healing abilities. It was an ability that suited Canon very well. That's impossible. BB cried out in shock as she retreated. The weapon that she relied on to survive, the weapon that she planned to use to revive the magic shooters, was actually defeated in a single exchange. She had used up all the remaining funds in the sorcerer's craft molding to create the clone. Is it over just like that? Damn it. Her face was covered with twisted resentment. BB raised her head and looked at the angel-like Canon, roaring crazily. I want you dead. He swung the spear at Canon like a whip, but under the purifying light of the angel of divinity, the spear was vaporized with a cry of anguish. What? BB was shocked. Before she could react, a petite figure flashed and appeared in front of her. The corners of Coteries' lips curled into a sinister arc. She swung her petite arm, and a stream of flames lashed over. Under Coteries' control, it smashed into BB's chest. Amidst the wailing, the flames enveloped BB's body and started burning. Her clothes instantly turned to ashes, and her skin was charred black and smoking. BB's eyes rolled back, and she fell to the ground like a dead pig that had been scalded into boiling water. Her body twitched bit by bit. Phew. Koju and Yakaina breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. He glanced at BB before looking at Kinsei Kinase. He looked at the three mass parasites who were resurrected after fainting. Wu Yan's mood was unusually calm. Sensei. A soft voice followed by a golden light descended. Wu Yan looked up and saw Canon with 3 pairs of wings. She had a gentle smile on her face as she floated down. Wu Yan opened his arms, and the angelic girl fell into his embrace. He closed his eyes and enjoyed the warmth that he had been waiting for a long time. Wu Yan chuckled as well. They hugged each other for an eternity. Chapter 9:61. The sky was clear and cloudless for thousands of miles, and the ocean waves were rolling. The sunlight of the day mercilessly sprinkled down, and the scorching temperature caused those who were exposed to it to feel dizzy and dizzy. It's been a whole day since the chaos in the shopping center. With the passing of the day, the fake angel incident came to an end. Regardless of the world or place, the police will only show up after the incident to clean up the mess. Yesterday's incident was no exception. By the time Itagami Island's police arrived at the shopping mall, the battle had been over for more than half an hour. The instigators of the incident, Kinsei Yace and BB, were arrested by the police. Although the laws on Itagami Island are different from the outside world, there are still spells and abilities that can control people's consciousness. Therefore, the instigators of the incident won't necessarily be detained. However, Kinsei and BB, who caused this series of events, will definitely receive a heavy sentence. There is no room for change in an incident caused by one's own motives. He was afraid that for a very long time, BB, this ugly vampire, would have to stay in prison for a long time. No matter what, she was an immortal vampire. She didn't have 100 or 80 years. She won't be released. As for Kinsei Yace, his punishment is a little different. Wu Yan only found out after the fact that this guy looks like a doctor or a doctor. He was actually a royal magician of the royal family of the kingdom of Arietigia. He had once bought his life for the kingdom of Arietigia with his magic knowledge and methods. He's one of the reasons the kingdom of Arietigia sent an airship to Itagami Island. That's why he went missing. As a court magician of the kingdom of Arietigia, Kinsei's magic skills required the power of the Arietigia royal family as a medium in order to be effective. Moreover, members of the Arietigia royal family were naturally very powerful mediums. In other words, the kingdom of Arietigia. They all have powerful spiritualists. When the kingdom of Arietigia's airship arrived at Itagami Island with a princess on board, he came up with a devious idea. Furthermore, the sorcerer Plastic covets the bloodline of the kingdom of Arietigia. He planned to use cloning technology to create powerful spiritualists and sell them for profit. The sorcerer's craft had attacked the kingdom of Arietigia's airship and caused it to go missing. Fortunately, the princess managed to escape at the last moment. Otherwise, she would have ended up in a worse state than Canon. At the very least, she would have ended up as a test subject for Kinsei Kanase. Kinsei Yase is a royal magician of the kingdom of Arietigia. He's very knowledgeable in magic. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to create an artificial angel. The higher-ups of Itagami Island seem to have taken a liking to his talent. He's probably working for them for a while. Of note, before Kinsei Yase was taken away, he left behind a message for Wu Yan. Perhaps I'm an incompetent father. I don't have the right to be Canon's father. So, please make her happy. It's obvious that Kinsei Yase cares a lot about his daughter. Wu Yan agreed to his request without hesitation. Canon is now his familiar and can't be separated from him. Even if she's no longer his familiar, he's already decided to treat her as his family. He won't let any harm come to her. This was a decision that he had made to himself at the very beginning of his extraordinary life. He won't let any harm come to the girls by his side. Wu Yan never changed his mind. Of course, knowing that Kinsei Yase cares about Canon is one thing, but what he did is another. No matter what, he treated Canon as his experimental subject. That's unforgivable. Canon, on the other hand, has already let go of this matter. Maybe it's because she's no longer a fake angel, or because she's become Wu Yan's familiar, but her smile has become more profound. She's also more cheerful. She's both cute and holy. Wu Yan and Koju couldn't help but glance at her. After the incident, Canon managed to get a chance to meet Kinsei Yase through Wu Yan. Canon stayed for more than an hour during that meeting. Wu Yan didn't know what she was talking about with Kinsei Yase. He only knew that Canon was in a good mood when she came back. Wu Yan didn't know what they talked about during the meeting, but he did learn a surprising piece of news. Canon's mother is Kinsei Yase's younger sister. Even though Canon isn't Kinsei Yase's daughter, the two of them are related by blood. Maybe it's because she knows she has a real family in this world that Canon was so happy when she came back. She's such a lovable girl. In short, the incident has come to an end, and the ending seems pretty good, excluding some people's resentment. Itagami Island, Southern Residential Area, Room 704. The sound of a kitchen knife chopping against a chopping board could be heard continuously from the kitchen. Not only was the sound extremely messy, every move was made with more than 120% strength. It made people wonder if the chopping board would be split in half just like that. It's obvious that the person holding the knife is in a bad mood. Wu Yan, Kotori, Canon, Yakaina, and Koju looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Nagisa, Koju looked like he's having a headache. He couldn't help but yell. If this continues, you're going to tear down the entire kitchen. It's none of your business. Nagisa didn't even turn her head. She was wearing an apron, so everyone could only see her back. She angrily chopped the ingredients on the chopping board. Who told you to leave me alone? Who told you not to let me join? Who told you to hide it from me? Who told you to hide it from me? Nagisa has a nagging personality to begin with, and now she's showing it to the fullest. She kept mumbling as she chopped the chopping board. The two voices mixed together is the most terrifying noise in the world. Wu Yan rubbed his forehead and looked around at everyone. Seeing the helpless look on everyone's face, he sighed and stood up before heading to the kitchen. He's Nagisa's secret lover. If he doesn't console her when she's upset, who else can? All right, Nagisa. Wu Yin rubbed Nagisa's head, and he bitterly smiled. I know you want to help Canon, but, if you were there, we wouldn't be able to rest easy. But Nagisa can't accept it. Nagisa pouted with tears in her eyes. She looked like she's about to cry. Kotori-chan, Yukina-chan, they all helped Canon-chan, even Kojo-kun. I'm the only one who doesn't know anything. I didn't help at all. Nagisa can't accept it. I can't accept it. It's okay. Canon, who also came into the kitchen, said. Canon held Nagisa's hand with a comforting smile. She looked at Nagisa with her blue eyes. I know Nagisa-chan's intentions, so I'm happy. Really? Nagisa puffed up her cheeks. Don't you think I'm useless? Of course not. Of course not. Canon quickly denied. Nagisa is amazing too. Is that so? Nagisa's eyes lit up like a child being praised. Wu Yin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She's still a child. Chapter 962. Ding dong. Outside the doorbell suddenly rang, interrupting Nagisa, who was about to continue throwing a tantrum. All eyes that were on Nagisa subconsciously turned to the door. Before anyone could open the door, a weak wave of light flickered in the hall. Then, a petite figure accompanied by a strangely dignified voice entered everyone's ears. Oh, you're all here? Seeing so many people gathered at the scene, the person who came seemed to be a little surprised. Hearing the voice of the person, everyone reacted one after another. Wu Yin was the first to cry out in surprise. Natsuki. Koju also reacted and shouted without thinking, Natsuki-chan. Bang! Just as Gu Cheng finished speaking, the tip of a parasol pierced his forehead. Without any suspense, Gu Cheng screamed and fell onto the sofa. He held his head as tears flowed out of his eyes. Don't add the word Chan behind teacher's name. Her face was as expressionless as ever, like a doll's delicate expression, and her gem-like eyes flashed with serious dissatisfaction. You can call the vampire teacher over there, but why do you call me by my name? You even added the word Chan. Hearing this, the crowd couldn't help but laugh. Well, Natsuki, this is your student showing affection to you. Don't be so obvious about it. Wu Yin shrugged, and he teased her. It's your fault for being so cute. Yes. Teacher Minamiya. Nagisa quickly stood up but said politely, Teacher Minamiya is so cute. Koju is an idiot. He must think so too. That's why he called her that. Don't call your brother an idiot. Gu Cheng rubbed his head in pain as he said unhappily, Who would say that about their own brother? Nagisa made a funny face at Koju. She looked at him with disdain. Koju was a bit annoyed, but Wu Yin found it funny. He turned to look at Natsuki. Speaking of which, if you want to move in, why press the doorbell? I don't have the hobby of trespassing on private property. Natsuki had only pressed the doorbell, but had entered without asking for permission. I couldn't find you at your place, so I came to see if you were here. That's trespassing. Wu Yin's mouth twitched. 2 trespassers at that. On the other hand, Jijua's face was serious. He said to Natsuki, Is work done? Natsuki and the others knew that Natsuki and Wu Yin were going to split up. One of them is going to deal with the fake angel, while the other is going to search for the missing airship of the kingdom of Arietigia. They want to find the connection between the 2 incidents. Now that the fake angel incident was over, the reason for the disappearance of the kingdom of Arietigia's airship had been found. It was understandable that Natsuki would come back. Surprisingly, Natsuki shook her head. Wu Yin frowned and poured a cup of black tea for her. Could it be that something went wrong again? Natsuki's face brightened up a bit when she saw Wu Yin pouring her a cup of black tea. She accepted the cup of black tea. She took a sip. It tastes good. Natsuki praised before looking at Wu Yin. I can't say that there's a problem. You've solved the mystery behind the disappearance of the airship from the kingdom of Arietigia. I've also found the surviving members of the Knights of the Holy Ring. Natsuki smacked her lips, including the princess who escaped. Isn't that great? Kotori glanced at Natsuki expressionlessly with a lollipop in her mouth. Or could it be that something has happened? Natsuki shook her head once more. Soon after, She looked at Canon, who was sitting beside Coterie. She seemed a little nervous. The reason I'm here this time is for her. For Canon-chan, Coterie, Nagisa, Yakaina, and Koju were stunned. Canon? Wu Yin was taken aback. He looked at Canon, who didn't know what to do because of Natsuki's words. Natsuki didn't explain. She just said something. Akatsuki, open the door. Koju was confused by Natsuki's words. Natsuki hit him with her parasol again. I told you to open the door, so open it. Damn it. Koju's forehead turned red after being hit twice by Natsuki. Is this my home or your home? Koju complained, but he still stood up and walked to the door. He opened it. For a moment, the entire place was deathly silent. Gu Chung, who had opened the door, had a blank expression on his face as he frantically retreated step by step. As he retreated, the sound of footsteps could be heard. Gu Chung maintained a blank expression as he retreated to the main hall. At that moment, a figure walked into the hall from the corner of the hallway. Looking at that figure, everyone present was stunned. Canon was even more shocked. She was originally calm, but now her eyes were violently fluctuating. Her long silver hair swayed as she walked in the windless hall. She didn't look like a soldier, but she was wearing a military uniform that reminded people of a military performance. She was also wearing high-quality leather boots, just like a beautiful female knight in civilian clothes. However, her otherworldly temperament caused her knight-like attire to change into a princess in plain clothes. In addition to her breathtakingly beautiful face, the young lady who was dressed like a strong woman was completely transformed into a noble princess. Her eyes were a deep blue, like ice crystals that had been frozen for eternity. She glanced at everyone, and her eyes lit up when she saw Canon. A perfect smile appeared on her face. Looking at the beautiful girl who was smiling, no one present was able to react in time. The girl was indeed very beautiful. No, using the word beautiful was not enough to describe her appearance. It should be said that she was simply too beautiful. Of course, if it was only because of her beauty, the crowd would not have reacted so unbearably. The reason why they were collectively stunned was because of the young girl's appearance. If she cut her hair to shoulder length, her height to less than 1.6 meters, and her age to less than 4 or 5 years, she would be Canon's other side of the mirror. That's right, she looks too much like Canon. She looks like Canon's older sister. You. Canon pointed at her in disbelief, but she quickly realized that it was rude of her to do so. She quickly lowered her hand with a timid expression on her face, which made the girl burst into laughter. R.A.? Freya? Leah Vane. Calling himself R.A.? The girl named Freya tilted her head and smiled sweetly at the crowd. I'm the princess of the kingdom of Ariatigia. The princess that the Witch of the Gap mentioned just now was referring to me. Princess of the kingdom of Ariatigia? Everyone was shocked, but strangely, they didn't feel the slightest bit of shock in their hearts. Instead, they believed the other party's words. Looking at that extraordinarily beautiful face, if such an appearance could not be called a princess, then there really was no one in this world who was qualified to be called a princess. Princess of the kingdom of Ariatigia. Wu Yin pursed his lips. He looked at Natsuki with a questioning gaze. Her Highness is here for Kanace Natsuki. Natsuki said bluntly. She did not try to avoid arousing suspicion. Or rather, the reason why the kingdom of Ariatigia sent a flying ship to Itagami Island with this princess is because of Kanace Canon. Wu Yin had a feeling after hearing Natsuki's words. It seems like there's more to the fake angel incident than meets the eye. Chapter 963. It was as if time had stopped. Two young girls, one big and one small, looked at each other quietly. However, one of them had a weak and helpless expression, while the other had a big smile on her face. Everyone stared at the scene of the two girls quietly looking at each other. Then, they sized up their appearance and temperament. In the end, the conclusion was that they were similar. They were two alike. Both their appearance and temperament were very similar. Everyone would believe them if they said they were sisters. The only difference was that Canon's temperament was more holy and timid. Freya's temperament was different from Canon's. Noble, gorgeous, elegant, smart. No matter which one it was, they all showed her identity as the daughter of the king of Arietigia. Only someone of such status could cultivate such a temperament. I finally get to meet you. The first to break the silence was R.A. Freya. Freya. She had a smile on her face. Freya's eyes, which were identical to Canon's, were fixed on Canon. The more she looked, the happier she felt. I've always wanted to meet you. Canon. It should have been very rude to be addressed by someone you met for the first time, but Canon didn't blame him at all. Freya didn't blame her. It wasn't just because of Canon's kind nature. It was also because she felt a sense of familiarity from this big sister who looked so much like her. She couldn't bring herself to blame Freya. She recalled her meeting with Xianxia the day before. Xianxia had mentioned that he had other relatives in this world. Canon couldn't help but feel hopeful. Canon's mouth opened and closed, but she didn't know what to say. She didn't know if it was because she hoped that the person in front of her was her relative or because she was afraid of receiving bad news. In the end, Canon couldn't form a complete sentence. She was so anxious that she almost died. Wu Yin could clearly sense Canon's emotions. After all, Canon was his familiar. Familiars were magical entities with their own consciousness. The host who provided them with a home could naturally sense part of their familiar's consciousness. Canon might have a physical body, but she was still his familiar. Now, to maintain her existence, Wu Yin was still releasing his magical power. That's why, as the host, Wu Yin would be able to sense her mental state if her emotions fluctuate too much. Wu Yin sensed Canon's anxiousness, and he stood up for her. Canon. Wu Yin stroked Canon's head. Let me do it. Canon, who had a telepathic connection with Wu Yin, looked at Wu Yin gratefully. She then retreated to Wu Yin's side. Freya flinched as she looked at Wu Yin in surprise. She seems to be surprised by his actions. You are? Me? Wu Yin scratched his face, shrugged. There are a lot of people who are related to Canon, like her teacher, her guardian, and so on. Hearing this, Freya nodded in relief and smiled. You're Wu Yan, right? Huh. This time it's Wu Yan's turn to be surprised. You know me. I can't say that I know you. I only found out about your existence yesterday. Freya tapped her cheeks and said, I'm Canon's guardian at this stage after all. I hope you don't mind me asking around a little. Well, it doesn't matter. He looked at Lala. Freya glanced at him and he pursed his lips. But you seem to be very interested in Canon's situation. Plus, with your looks, can you tell me why you're looking for Canon? And Wu Yin glanced at Canon. Your relationship with Canon. R.A.? Freya's smile faded. She looked at Wu Yin and Canon, who was looking at her expectantly. She smiled bitterly. I do have a relationship with Canon. A look of surprise instantly appeared on Canon's face. But Freya, on the other hand, was unusually distressed, as if she had something that was hard to say and was too embarrassed to say it. But in the end, she still said it, and the moment she opened her mouth, everyone present was shocked. Canon's father. I'm talking about her biological father, not Xianxia Canase. After a moment of silence, he paused. Freya lowered her voice. Her father is my grandfather. Everyone was silent. Grandfather. Wu Yan's eyes widened. Wu Yan wasn't the only one who was shocked. Everyone, including Canon, except not Suki, couldn't stay calm. You mean grandfather? Grandfather? Wu Yan's eyebrows twitched as he asked carefully. Are you sure he's not her father? Is he your father? It's a pity. Freya forced a smile and sighed. But it's true. Canon's father is my grandfather. In other words, Canon is my aunt. Everyone looked at R.A., who was 17 or 18 years old. Freya paced back and forth between Canon, who was still a little immature despite her charm. Then she fell silent. If the two were to be reversed, then R.A.? Everyone could still believe that Freya was Canon's aunt. But Canon is R.A.? Freya's aunt. A huge sense of dissonance continuously attacked everyone's heart. Rubbing his forehead, Wu Yin organized his words. Suddenly, he realized something and exclaimed in surprise. Doesn't that mean Canon is a member of the royal family? Everyone finally realized this, and their faces stiffened at the same time. Only Canon was at a loss. This isn't that strange, is it? R.A.? Freya pointed at her cheeks and shook her head helplessly. Kensei Yanasi is a royal magician of the kingdom of Arietigia. A large part of his magic requires the help of a member of the royal family. Speaking of which, R.A.? Freya glanced at Canon and sighed. A magic ritual like the artificial angel creation that can artificially create an angel can't be done without the help of a member of the royal family. If Canon wasn't a member of the royal family, Kensei Kanase's artificial angel creation ritual wouldn't have reached the final stage. R.A. With Freya's words, everyone finally felt a little relieved. Indeed, the technology of artificially creating angels was too heaven-defying. If it could be used casually, the world would have been in chaos long ago. Wu Yin thought that the requirement for the spirit evolution was to use a powerful medium as the source material. Canon is just a super powerful medium. That's why she was able to evolve to the final stage of the spirit evolution. But it seems like the limitations of the spirit evolution spell is greater than he thought. You can't succeed if you're not a member of the royal family of Arietigia. This limitation was indeed very big. At this moment, Canon suddenly stood up. She clasped her hands and placed them in front of her chest like she's taking a deep breath. Canon took a deep breath. She asked nervously and expectantly, "Then my father, is he doing well now?" R.A.? Freya was taken aback. Looking at the expectant look in Canon's eyes, she smiled. Her smile was dazzling. "After the people in the palace found out about you, the fact that grandfather had an illegitimate daughter was also exposed. In order to avoid grandmother's wrath, grandfather ran away." With a face full of smiles, he said the words that made everyone present sweat profusely. "La." Freya looked straight at Canon. "But he's doing well, there's no doubt about it. Is that so?" Canon heaved a sigh of relief. She put on a sacred smile. "That's good." Wu Yin, Kotori, Nagisa, Yakaina, Koju, and the others smiled as well. They looked at Canon with love. This kind-hearted girl would always think for others. She didn't even think about the fact that her so-called father had abandoned her and lived alone in the palace, a life that almost everyone envied. But Canon didn't even grumble. However, it was also because of this that Canon was the Canon in everyone's heart. She's so pure and kind. They have to admit that Canon is beautiful in all sorts of ways. Chapter 964. Before coming to Itagami Island, I did some research on you, Canon, and I know your personality. She walked to Canon's back. Freya reached out her arms and wrapped them around Canon's body from behind. "But now that I've met you, I feel like I really like you. You're such a good child." Canon lowered her head shyly and bashfully pinched Freya. Freya's embrace was indeed quite comfortable, and she did not struggle out of it. Freya smiled at Canon's shyness. Freya seemed to be very satisfied. She suddenly changed the topic and opened her mouth. "Canon, come with me to the kingdom of Arietigia." The air froze. Canon was stunned. She didn't realize what kind of situation she was in. She didn't even realize that everyone was looking at her. "Canon-chan." Nagisa stepped forward. She wanted to say something, but Kotori grabbed her hand and shook her head. Nagisa fell silent. Following the silence of the crowd, the atmosphere at the scene slowly turned heavy. "Father is looking forward to meeting you. Grandfather is also looking forward to meeting your father. Although he hasn't come back yet, once you return to the palace, he will definitely come back." It was unknown if he had noticed the oppressive atmosphere in the air. "Pull." Freya continued with a smile. "Grandmother also wants to meet you. Even though she's mad at grandfather, she still cares about you. Everyone wants to see you." Hearing this, Canon fell silent. Her blue eyes scanned the room. She glanced at Kotori, Nagisa, Yakaina, and Koju. Finally, her gaze landed on Wu Yin. "Face R.A.?" Canon panicked when she heard Freya's suggestion. Canon was happy to know that she still had so many family members. She felt the same way as the others. She was looking forward to meeting her family. But in this place, she also had a tie that she absolutely could not give up. She couldn't give it up. Its crystal-like eyes met Wu Yan's wine-red eyes. It's Wu Yan's familiar. Canon could sense Wu Yan's emotions. Reluctance, pity, and hesitation. These emotions. At the same time, Wu Yan's thoughts flashed in his deep eyes. Canon could feel it, but she could feel more. He understood and supported her. Yes, if Canon chose to return to her family, Wu Yan would definitely support her. Even though it would be a joke if his familiar left him, Wu Yan didn't treat Canon as a familiar. She was a real person. Canon was a real human to begin with. She wouldn't have turned into his familiar if it wasn't for some unknown reason activating his monster mark. At the very least, Wu Yan won't restrict Canon's freedom, and he won't interfere with her decisions. Even though this extremely lovable and kind-hearted young girl had already made him like her a little. However, just when Wu Yan thought that Canon would agree, Canon suddenly stopped. When Freya spoke, Canon's tender voice suddenly rang out, surprising him to the extreme. No. His voice was as soft as a mosquito, but everyone present could hear the determination in his voice. Canon turned around and saw that she was facing R.A. Seiji. Freya opened her mouth to speak. I want to stay here. Why? Unexpectedly, La Rosa's expression changed. Freya didn't reveal any strange expression. Instead, she said regretfully, as if she already knew Canon would make such a choice. But at the same time, she also wanted to know Canon's reason. This time, Canon is no longer timid. She looked straight at Wu Yan with a smile that belongs to her, as usual. Here, I have my family too. Wu Yan, Kotori, Nagisa, and the others all laughed. However, Canon's next sentence caused their smiles to freeze on their faces. Canon's gaze gradually turned shy. She turned her head away shyly. Her voice, which was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, drifted into the ears of the people who were completely frozen. Also, I've become Sensei's woman. That's right, Canon is Wu Yan's woman now. To be more precise, she's Wu Yan's familiar. As vassal beasts residing in the blood of vampires, unless the host died, the vassal beast would remain in the host's body forever. Even if the host died, the vassal beast residing in the host's blood would die with them. The betrayal here isn't like what happened to Koju, where a group of familiars threw a tantrum and refused to listen to him. It's true betrayal. For example, Koju's familiar may be disobedient, but it still exists in his body. When he's in danger, it's a bit rough and uncontrollable, but in the end, it's to protect its master's safety. No one has ever heard of a familiar leaving its host's body to gain freedom. Therefore, in a way, the relationship between the host and familiars couldn't be broken. As Wu Yan's familiar, it's reasonable for Canon to say that she belongs to Wu Yan. However, this sentence, in the ears of those who did not know the cause and effect of this matter, it was different, belongs to Sensei. La. Freya's smile froze for a split second. She quickly recovered, but it's a bit forced. She looked at Wu Yan, who's also frozen in place. La. Freya swept a glance over his body, her gaze gradually becoming thought-provoking. From the reports, you haven't known Canon for more than a week, right? She's looking at him in a new light. La. Freya walked up to Wu Yan like she's getting to know him for the first time. She's smiling like a mischievous little girl. I didn't expect you to act so quickly. It seems like I've underestimated you. No. Wait, Sensei. Wu Yan was about to explain what happened when Nagisa started tearing up. She looked at Wu Yan like a naive girl who got cheated by a heartless man. She looked at Wu Yan like a naive girl who got cheated. Why you? You even? Canon-chan, oh. It's not like that, La. It's LA's turn this time. Freya interrupted Wu Yan's explanation. She looked at Nagisa in shock, her eyes filled with disbelief. Don't tell me that even this cute little girl over here belongs to you as well. Tis. Wu Yan's forehead started to sweat. Canon's side might be a misunderstanding, but Nagisa's side might belong to him too quickly. But their relationship isn't pure. Wu Yan's reaction is a tacit agreement in the eyes of others. No, it can't be. Gucheng was stunned as if he was struck by lightning. His body trembled violently. It was obvious that his heart was shaken. Surprisingly, he's a very popular person. Her beautiful eyes closed as she smiled. La. Freya moved closer to Wu Yan, her beautiful face enlarged in Wu Yan's eyes. Then she smiled. It seems interesting. Why don't you let me join as well? Huh? Wu Yan is dumbfounded. No. Nagisa couldn't take it anymore. She jumped up and hugged Wu Yan's arm. She rushed at R.A. Yen. Freya shouted, "It's fine if it's Kanaon-chan, but you absolutely not." Nagisa, Gu Chang jumped up before anyone else could react. "What are you doing? Let go of me." Kojo-kun. Nagisa, who was defending her rights, turned her words into arrows, piercing Koju's fragile heart. "Shut up. What?" Gu Chang's body trembled and trembled again. Finally, he could no longer suppress the trembling in his heart as he roared and pounced over. "Let go of me, bastard." "Wah. No. Let go of me. It seems interesting. I'll join too." "No. Let go of Sensei. Kanon-chan, come and help me." "Why, yes. Didn't I tell you to let go of me?" They looked at La, who was hugging Wu Yan's arm together with Kanon. La, who was hugging Wu Yan's other arm. Freya, Nagisa, Kotori, Yakaina, and Natsuki turned around expressionlessly. Nagisa, and Kotori turned around while Koju grabbed him by the neck. "Idiot. Pervert. Boring." Chapter 965. Bang! Wu Yan collapsed on the sofa like a corpse. He stared at the ceiling with a lifeless expression. Tears streamed down his face. Wu Yan couldn't help but cry. "Why am I always the one getting hurt?" "You're so noisy." Kotori walked in with Kanon. She glanced at Wu Yan with dissatisfaction. "You're being treated like that by a few beautiful girls. Do you know how many people would die for such treatment? What are you unhappy about?" "I'm not unhappy," Wu Yan retorted weakly. "I'm just tired." "Sensei." Kanon lowered her head guiltily when she saw how tired Wu Yan was. "I'm sorry, it's all my fault." "No. Kanon, this has nothing to do with you." Wu Yan couldn't bear to see the kind-hearted Kanon upset. He got up from the sofa and forced a helpless smile. "It's all because of that princess prank. I understand now. She looks elegant and noble on the surface. But pulling? Freya's hidden attribute is black-bellied." Kanon blinked. She didn't understand what Wu Yan meant by hidden attribute. She nodded in confusion. Kotori rolled her eyes at Wu Yan. "Wu Yan's words aren't wrong, though. Pull? Freya is indeed black-bellied." Kotori pulled Kanon to the sofa and sat down. She glanced at Kanon before turning to Wu Yan. "All right about Kanon. Did you figure out?" Kotori asked. Wu Yan slapped his cheeks, and his expression turned serious. He knew Kotori was asking him why Kanon became his familiar for no reason. "That's right. It's strange. A living human turned into a familiar or something like that. Before this, Wu Yan had never heard of such a thing. Wu Yan wasn't the only one. Even Yakaina, who came from the Lion King organization and learned a lot about demons, was confused. She had never read about humans turning into familiars in books, let alone seen or heard about it. Her head was full of question marks. Wu Yan knew the reason Kanon became his familiar was because of the Yao beast mark he obtained from the mysterious crystal. After all, the system notified him when Kanon turned into a familiar. However, the system only notified him that he activated the Yao beast mark and turned Kanon into a familiar. It didn't tell him the reason for it. Why would the activation of the monster beast mark turn a perfectly fine human into a familiar? Wu Yan asked the system about this after the incident, but the system only gave him the following answer. The user will have to figure out the specific ability. That's all. That's all. Not only did the system not tell him the ability of the Yao beast mark, it didn't even tell him why Kanon turned into a familiar. It's not that the system doesn't want to tell him. According to the system, a mysterious Yao beast king was originally sealed within the mysterious crystal. That Yao beast king's consciousness was inclined towards violence. It didn't have much of a will of its own. It only had a strong desire to destroy. After he met all the requirements to unseal the mysterious crystal, the system determined that unsealing the Yao Beast King would only bring him harm. Therefore, it erased the Yao Beast King's consciousness and body, leaving behind only the Yao Beast King's strength and abilities to form the Yao Beast mark. However, The composition of the demonic beast seal was completely a manifestation of the demonic beast king's strength and ability. Its composition had nothing to do with the system itself. On top of that, the system had already erased the consciousness and body of the Monster King, resulting in the birth of the Monster Mark. The system had no way to directly specify the ability of the Monster Mark. The only thing it could do was to give him a hint when a Monster Mark was activated and its effects were produced. To put it simply, this demonic beast mark had nothing to do with the system. Therefore, even the system couldn't directly analyze its ability. After all, the Yao beast mark has only been activated once. It hasn't shown what it can do yet. If even the system is clueless, Wu Yin is even more clueless. In the end, the system only gave him the information it analyzed the last time the Yao beast mark was activated. First, the Yao beast seal was activated, which allowed the target character to become the user's familiar. Second, in order to activate the Yao beast mark, the Yao beast king must meet the requirements of the Yao beast mark. It must also be compatible with the user's body and mind. Both sides must be compatible. This was the information that the system obtained when the demon beast mark was activated for the first time. In order to get more information, the Yao beast mark has to be activated as often as possible. It has to be activated at least a few times to confirm its ability. That's what the system said. Because of this, Wu Yin is very confused. However, the activation of the Yao beast mark isn't a bad thing. Canon might be his familiar, but she'd rather be Wu Yan's familiar than be a fake angel who only knows how to hurt people. She doesn't hate being turned into a holy angel either. The holy angel didn't have any fighting ability, but it had unparalleled purification and healing abilities. For a kind-hearted canon who grew up in the monastery and had always wanted to be a nun, it was something she couldn't even dream of. Not only does she not need to hurt people, she can also help and heal people. Canon isn't opposed to being turned into a holy angel. Not only that, but the holy angel also retained a part of her angelic nature, allowing Canon's nature to transcend the lower dimensions and become an existence of a higher dimension. In the future, low-dimensional attacks would not be able to harm her. She might not have any combat abilities, but she's invincible in healing, and can purify filth. Now, Canon was that kind of existence. Moreover, Canon has a good impression of Wu Yan. That's why she's not against becoming Wu Yan's familiar. After telling Coterie all the information he got from the system, Coterie fell into deep thought. She held the jewel in her mouth, but didn't do anything. She's helping Wu Yin analyze the information he got from the system. Wu Yin praised Coterie in his heart, as expected of the commander of Ratatosker. He pulled Canon, who has no idea what the system and the Yao beast mark are, to the side and waited for Coterie to speak. In other words, since the Yao beast mark has only been activated once, there's no information to prove its abilities. That's why the system wants you to figure it out on your own, right? Yes. Wu Yin scratched his cheek and nodded. Coterie nodded when she saw Wu Yin nod. She then gave an order. Then go find someone to conquer it. Huh? Wu Yin almost spat out a mouthful of saliva. What did you just say? Say it again. I said, go and find someone to conquer. Coterie chuckled in a calm tone. Didn't you say there's not enough information? Then let your demonic beast seal activate a few more times, and the information will naturally come out. Wu Yan's jaw dropped. But why do we need to find a person to activate the demonic beast seal? If you don't want someone to conquer it, what do you want to do? Coterie narrowed her eyes. Oh, by the way, Nagisa has already conquered you, but she hasn't been turned into a familiar. She can't be your target. That's not the point. Wu Yin yelled in frustration. What I mean is, why do we have to find someone to guide us? Are you an idiot? Coterie slandered him. If I don't conquer it, who would want to fuse with your body and mind? Wu Yin opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say. Coterie's red eyes stared at Wu Yan's face. She smirked and crossed her arms. Don't worry, Ratatosker exists for times like these, right? Although the target isn't an elf, I'll do my best to support you. Let's begin. Coterie snickered when she saw Wu Yan's stupefied expression. Our war. Chapter 966. Itagami Island, Saikai Academy. Wu Yin stood in the middle of the plaza, looking at the students greeting him. He responded with a smile, but if you look closely, you'll notice that his smile is a little twisted. Selectively ignoring the male students, Wu Yin swept his gaze over the female students in uniform. At first glance, he looked like a pervert, but when he looked at the female students, there wasn't a trace of smugness in his eyes. Instead, it was filled with bitterness. Sigh. Wu Yin let out a long sigh. He wanted to cry, but no tears came out. This time, I really have to live up to my title as a perverted teacher who laid his hands on his own students. I don't care about that kind of thing. While Wu Yin is mourning for the darkness that awaits him in the future, Kotori's cold voice came from the earpiece beside his ear. It's not like you didn't do anything, right? Whose fault is it? You're the one who instigated Nagisa. Wu Yin gritted his teeth. Also, where the hell did you get the wireless equipment? Oof. There was a hint of pride in Kotori's unabated voice. Radio equipment is the most basic equipment in every battle. If you don't even know this, then you're still far from it. Don't tell anyone that you're from Ratatoskr when you go out. We can't afford to lose face. I'm just a combat officer. I haven't even been here for 2 months. How would I know about this? Wu Yin retorted without a second thought. Also, do you think Ratatoskr's existence is something you can just tell others? Besides, this isn't your world. Don't bring Ratatoskr's tricks here. Ratatoskr exists wherever I am, Kotori said arrogantly. Then, she changed the topic. By the way, don't keep telling me all this nonsense. Hurry up and find me a target. How am I supposed to find a target? Wu Yan's eyebrows twitched. There's so many students in Saikai Academy, but I don't know many of them. Kotori's impatient voice entered Wu Yan's ears. Then hurry up and find me a random target. I'll tell you, are you really my sister? Wu Yan felt like he was going crazy. You want your brother to find a random target? What the hell is in your head? Isn't this good? A little sister who fights for her brother's happiness. Kotori's voice was flat. Her words pierced Wu Yan's heart. Don't you like this kind of setting? Wu Yan's words left him speechless. He felt a little guilty. Could it be that Kotori had already seen through his desire to have a capable younger sister? Humph. Kotori sneered as if she knew what Wu Yan was thinking. All right, hurry up and find me a target. I've been waiting for you for an entire day. Before Wu Yan could say anything, Kotori added, I'm not the only one here. Canon is also helping. After saying that, Canon's timid yet gentle voice sounded from the other side of the earpiece. Sensei, you can do it. Even though she's cheering him on, Wu Yan couldn't help but feel weak all over. He exhaled helplessly and resumed his scanning mode. Now that school was over, except for those students with clubs who were still active in school, the rest of the students who had nothing to do would be returning home at this time. Therefore, there were quite a few students who passed through this path to leave the school, and among them, there were quite a few who were particularly beautiful. Of course, this is just a relative term. In other people's eyes, this might be the case, but for someone like Wu Yan who has a bunch of wives that are as pretty as flowers and jade, they aren't enough to move his heart. This is why he hasn't decided on a target yet. However, part of the reason is that he doesn't want to drag normal people into his life. If he really does, it's fine if he doesn't succeed. But if he does, she will leave this world with him and go to the Spalier world. Plus, with the summons of life intertwining, his fate with the person he loves will be forever linked. Therefore, Wu Yan can't just pick a random target like Kotori said. It's fine if he doesn't succeed, but if he succeeds, it will be a lifelong thing. Therefore, even if he really wants to pursue a girl, he must be very careful. At the very least, he can't drag those normal people who don't like to take risks into his life. For example, Asuna. Although she struggled to survive in SAO for 3 years, she's a gentle person who likes to live a peaceful life. Being able to be with the person she loves, being with her daughter Yui, is all she wants. Because of this, Wu Yan didn't summon Asanai and Yui over. If you put it nicely, he and the girls are living like an adventure group. If you put it bluntly, it's more like they're roaming around. They don't have a place to call home. They don't have a place to call home. At the very least, he has to wait until he has a place to stay in the Spalier world, a place that he can call home. Only then can he summon Asuna to his side with peace of mind. Even Mikoto, Shokuho Misaki, and the other girls who don't want to live a peaceful life think that he's their heaven and earth. I have to think about the people I love. With this thought in mind, Wu Yin glanced at the girls while sizing them up. All of this happened without anyone noticing. Otherwise, Wu Yin would have been treated as a pervert at this time. Why are you standing here? A familiar voice entered his ears, causing Wu Yin to be slightly dazed. He turned around and saw Natsuki in a white gothic costume, holding a fan in her hand. Wu Yin immediately saw her. Don't you usually run home as fast as you can after school? Natsuki crossed her arms in front of her chest. She stared at Wu Yin with those big eyes of hers that seemed to be able to talk. She looked confused. Why are you behaving so strangely? Are you planning something again? The more Natsuki spoke, the more she felt that it was possible. Her gaze on Wu Yin became more and more oppressive. Wu Yin's heart skipped a beat, and he almost ran away. They say that a girl's intuition is accurate. Is Natsuki a girl? Isn't she a girl? This is our chance. Just as Wu Yin was about to use his great bewitching charm to brush her off, Koto's high-pitched voice sounded from his earpiece. That's her. Our target. What? Wu Yin shrieked. His sudden shriek startled not only Natsuki, but also the other students who were passing by. What the hell are you doing? Natsuki raised her beautiful eyebrows, and her voice was filled with dissatisfaction. You're already a teacher. Why are you making such a big fuss? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at by the students? Huh? Wu Yin laughed dryly. He ignored Natsuki's confused expression and turned around to yell into his earpiece. Don't make any noise. Are you trying to get me killed? I'm here to support you, Kotori emphasized. Natsuki should be your target, right? Hey, are you serious? Wu Yan's mouth twitched. Natsuki's words fit his requirements, but this troublesome fake loli isn't that easy to deal with. Isn't that great? Kotori had a different opinion. Aren't you afraid that you'll be seen as a perverted teacher who harms his students? Natsuki is a teacher like you, and you're close in age. It's not strange for a boy and a girl like you to be together, right? Well, your analysis makes a lot of sense. Wu Yan's heart started twitching. But if you can consider the appearance of both of them before that, I'll be happier. Isn't Natsuki's appearance to your liking? Koto said bluntly. Are you a man or not? If you're a man, then go for her. You brat. Wu Yan's veins popped up on his forehead. She's already gone this far. I can't take it anymore. Chapter 967. Hey, Natsuki. When Wu Yin turned around to face Natsuki, he had a bright smile on his face. He was acting weird just a second ago, but now he changed so quickly that Natsuki was stunned. She didn't know that a certain wolf was baring his fangs at her. What do I want to do next? Huh? And then Natsuki regained her senses, and she looked at Wu Yin in confusion. What do you want? Nothing. It's nothing. Just answer me. Natsuki stared at Wu Yin with even more suspicion. She tried to read his expression, but all she saw was a bright smile on his face. His wine-red eyes are also filled with joy. Other than that, Natsuki couldn't see anything else. Nayu narrowed her eyes and snorted. The fake angel incident has come to an end. Kinsei Yanasi, Sorcerer Tsukasa, and the other related personnel have all been arrested. Yesterday, the people from the Lion King organization have also taken away that troublesome princess. I can finally relax. At least, I won't be wandering around the school like you. In other words, Wu Yin interrupted Natsuki with a grin on his face. You're free, right? What do you want? Natsuki's tone became more and more impatient. Her eyes showed a bit of displeasure. If you have something to say it quickly. Wu Yan's smile didn't change, but he felt helpless. As expected of the Witch of the Void. No matter how cute Natsuki looks, no matter how strong she is, she's still a witch. At least, every word she says is filled with malice. I need to reorganize my emotions. Wu Yin also removed the fake expression on his face. It was replaced with helplessness. It's really nothing. I just heard that a new coffee shop opened nearby. I heard that the black tea there is good, so I want to join you. Let's go there and have a seat. Oh, Natsuki heard Wu Yan's words. As expected, Natsuki, who loves black tea, was attracted. She glanced at Wu Yan. You actually invited me to drink black tea with you? That's really rare. I've always been like this, Wu Yan said in a matter-of-fact tone. Coterie on the other side of the earpiece looked at him with disdain. You just don't know. How long have you known me? Although it's a lie, the truth is pretty much the same. Natsuki didn't know Wu Yan for long. It hasn't even been a month. Thinking of this, Natsuki's emotions started to become complicated. I've known him for less than a month. During this period of time, Wu Yan stayed at her house for a week or two, spending time with her day and night together. Even after he moved out, as a teacher of the same school and a temporary colleague, Natsuki felt like she had known Wu Yan for a very long time. Natsuki suddenly realized that she and Wu Yan have only known each other for less than a month. Natsuki let out a sigh and returned her attention back to the topic. A new coffee shop? Although I'm also very interested, but is the black tea there really as good as you say? Natsuki knows Wu Yan's ability to make black tea. It can be said that the black tea made by Wu Yan is the best black tea she has ever tasted in her life. Even now, even after Wu Yan moved out, she still extravagantly teleported to his house just to get a pot of black tea. If there really is a black tea that tastes better than Wu Yan's, Natsuki is looking forward to it, but at the same time, she doesn't believe it. Wu Yan chuckled as if he could understand Natsuki's thoughts. Well, in terms of taste, it's naturally not as good as mine, but it's also unique. Occasionally, I'll try different flavors of black tea. Although I only heard about it from the mouths of the students, since it's so good, it can't be bad, right? Originally, I wanted to find someone to accompany me. That's why I've been looking for people to accompany me, Wu Yan calmly said. Then he looked at Natsuki. You're free anyway, right? Why don't we go together? When Natsuki heard Wu Yan's words, she felt that something was wrong, but she couldn't pinpoint what it was. However, black tea is her only interest. Even though she has her favorite brand of black tea and loves to drink Wu Yan's black tea, she is still willing to try different types of black tea. Okay. Natsuki nodded expressionlessly and walked in front of Wu Yan. Let's go and try it. Wu Yan let Natsuki walk past him with her back to back. He smiled and secretly made a victory pose. As expected of my brother, Coterie didn't hold back her praise. Her sweet voice, which can only be heard when she's in her sister mode, entered Wu Yan's mind, and he almost felt like he was floating. Not only that, Kanon's voice of admiration and longing came from his earpiece as well. Sensei, you're amazing. Wu Yan smiled proudly. He turned around and saw Natsuki walking far away. He quickly followed after her. On the other side, Coterie pulled off her earpiece. She had the confidence of a commander. She turned around and looked at the people in front of her. Kanon isn't the only one there. Nagisa, Yakaina, and Koju are also there. Basically, all of Coterie's friends and family in this world are there. However, when they stand side by side, their expressions, how should I put it? They are conflicted. Coterie glanced at everyone, ignoring their expressions. Are you all ready? Let's go if you're ready. Wait. Upon hearing Coterie's words, Koju couldn't hold back his anger and spoke with a twisted expression. Are we really going to help that vampire sensei conquer Natsuki? Kotori-chan, I don't think it's appropriate. Yakaina couldn't stay calm when someone spoke up for her. After all, she's already experienced it once. Compared to Koju, she's more agitated than him. Sensei, didn't she already? Are you and Nagisa there? Why did you attack Namiya-sensei? Also, why are you supporting him? Yakaina screamed in her mind, but she couldn't bring herself to say anything. In the end, she looked even more conflicted than before. Don't worry. Koterie acted as if she didn't see Koju and Yukina's reaction. Don't be fooled by that guy's harmless face. He's actually very good at this kind of activity. I'm not worried about that. Koju complained. Speaking of which, is that vampire sensei a pervert? Yakaina nodded in agreement. She labeled Wu Yan as a pervert, even worse than Koju. At least, Koju is interested in women with great figures. As for Wu Yan, Koterie, Nagisa, Natsuki, and even Kanon, They were all lowless. Kotori-chan, Nagisa said with a bitter expression. Are you sure it's okay? You don't mind at all? Of course. Of course I will. Not only did Kotori not show any displeasure, she even had a smile on her face. However, my brother does have a lot of difficulties. At this moment, as the people closest to him, shouldn't we help him? But, Nagisa didn't feel relieved. She felt even more conflicted. Nagisa couldn't get over the fact that her lover was trying to woo other women. Don't you want to use your own strength to help Sensei? Kotori tried to reason with Nagisa, but Nagisa started hesitating. Of course I want to help Sensei. Then it's fine. Kotori raised her head and puffed out her chest. I'm sure Sensei can feel how I feel, right? Canon. Seeing Kotori suddenly turn around, Canon froze for a moment and nodded reflexively. Kotori laughed, and Nagisa was speechless. Thus, the group that was filled with all sorts of emotions walked towards the door and walked out. Chapter 968. Itagami Island, in a corner near Saikai Academy, there is a coffee shop. It wasn't very big, but the interior decoration was quite luxurious. The walls were painted in a golden color, and there were lace curtains hanging from the edges. On the ceiling, there were luxurious chandeliers that looked like they would be used in a ball. There was a chandelier hanging from every table. Although it wasn't nighttime, they were still emitting a soft light. Natsuki and Seiji sat across from each other at a table in the corner by the glass window. The steaming black tea gave off a rich color and aroma. Even though there were only 2 cups of black tea on the table, it didn't affect the two of them at all. Natsuki came here for the red tea. It doesn't matter if she doesn't have anything else as long as she has the red tea. Wu Yan, on the other hand, has an ulterior motive. Coming here is just an excuse. It doesn't matter as long as Natsuki is here. One kept staring at black tea, while the other kept sneaking glances at Nayu. As a result, a strange atmosphere began to spread around the two of them, without Nayu noticing anything. This is the highly praised red tea you were talking about? Natsuki took a whiff of the red tea and took a sip. She frowned. It's not that the red tea isn't tasty, it's just plain and simple. For those who don't have high standards for red tea, it's good enough. Natsuki is different though. First, she's very picky about red tea. This red tea isn't bad, but it doesn't reach her standards. Second, this isn't her favorite brand. Even if it's good, it's not as good as her favorite brand. Third, this red tea. In terms of taste, it might not lose to her favorite brand. But compared to Wu Yan's tea, bad. It's not just bad. It's easy to imagine how picky Natsuki is about red tea and how much she loves Wu Yan's red tea. It's really not that good. This is the personal comment of Master Chef Wu Yan. However, his face was full of smiles. However, I originally came here to try a different flavor for my own black tea. Now, I've already memorized this flavor. When I go back, I'll be able to taste it. Based on this taste, I can make a tasty red tea that doesn't lose its unique aroma. Natsuki's eyes lit up as she looked at Wu Yan. You have such a skill? Of course. Of course. Wu Yan said in a proud and high-spirited manner. The black tea you drank before is a taste that I created after continuous improvement. Other than that, according to the tea leaves. Based on the tea leaves, I can make at least 7 different types of red tea leaves. I should be able to make the 8th soon. I see. Natsuki lowered her head and smiled faintly. I didn't expect you to have so many secrets. No matter how good a chef who only knows one type of cuisine, he's still not a good chef. Wu Yan shook his head. Similarly, if you only know how to brew one type of black tea, that doesn't count as knowing how to brew black tea, right? You still think you're in the right. Natsuki couldn't help but laugh. She waved her fan in front of her, and a joyful smile appeared on her doll-like face. But for now, let me look forward to your new red tea and the other 6 types of red tea. Do you want to drink it? Wu Yan snickered like a big bad wolf, seeing a little white rabbit, or a profiteer seeing a sucker for money. It's not that I can't make it for you, but how do you want to repay me? Natsuki paused for a moment before smiling meaningfully. I remember. Back then, I helped you apply for the position of attack maid for free, right? Wu Yan's smile froze. Now, You're asking me to repay you for a cup of red tea? Natsuki closed her eyes with a smile on her face. If you dare to accept it, I don't mind. Uh-huh. Wu Yin chuckled dryly. He's done for. Since you put it that way, I wouldn't dare ask you for anything. Natsuki curled her lips and picked up the black tea in front of her. Although the taste was not to her liking, it was not to the point that she hated it. Moreover, she had come here to drink tea. If she did not drink a cup or two, it would be too boring. She finished the rest of the red tea and pressed the bell on the table to ask the waiter to refill her cup. Wu Yin shook his head. He refilled his cup, and the waiter left with a big smile on his face. He went to get the black tea. Good chance. Kotori, who was hiding behind a pillar in the cafe, saw the waiter walking towards Wu Yin and Natsuki. She turned towards Koju. Akatsuki, wait for my orders if I tell you to do it, you. What? Hearing Kotori's words, Koju cried out in surprise, but was immediately knocked down by Kotori's fist. Don't shout so loudly. Are we really going to do that? Koju didn't mind. He held his head and his heart was pounding. Do whatever I tell you to do. Kotori activated her commander mode and pressured Koju. Koju only managed to hold on for a second before he nodded. But Kotori didn't stop there. She seemed to have thought of something and turned to look at Yakaina. Yakaina, you too. Take out that frost wolf sword that can break magic and wait for my orders. Yakaina didn't expect to have a part in it, but since she has worked with Kotori before, she didn't hesitate and pulled out a silver gun from her guitar bag. It's the Type 7 Assault Demon Subduing Machine Gun. This was the name of the gun, also known as Snow Frost Wolf. It's a weapon developed by the Lion King organization to fight against demons with special abilities. It's shaped like the streamlined silhouette of the latest fighter jet. That's why it's called a machine gun. It's said that there are only 3 such guns in the world, and it's the most powerful weapon for personal use. After all, it's a weapon that can kill a primogenitor. Of course, no one knows if it's been used to kill a primogenitor or not. There are only a few primogenitors, and there are only 3 7 Assault Demon Subduing Machine Guns. There's no proof that it can kill a primogenitor. However, it was a fact that it could kill immortal vampires. The Frost Wolf Spear was engraved with a quintessence vibration wave activation spell, which could instantly erase all mana from the target it pierced. That was why demons who lived on mana, even vampires, would die if they were pierced by it. No matter what, vampires weren't truly immortal. The only ones who could truly be immortal were the true ancestors. Kotori looked forward and stared at the waiter. When the waiter was about to reach his seat, Yakaina took out her Frost Wolf and stared at the waiter. Now, Akatsuki. Gu-chung gritted his teeth, and his expression turned serious. With a flick of his hand, an extremely small golden electric current shot out like lightning and struck the waiter's foot. The waiter only felt his legs go numb, as if he had been electrocuted by something. Then his whole body went limp. In his hand, the tea set filled with black tea suddenly fell out of his hand and was thrown into the air. The black tea immediately splashed forward, and in front of the black tea that flew out, there was a figure. It's Natsuki. Natsuki faintly felt that something was wrong and looked to her side. When she looked, she saw a stream of black tea splashing down on her face, causing her to frown slightly. Natsuki didn't dodge. Instead, she tapped the table with her finger. Immediately after, an obscure magical power flew out and met Black Tea's attack head-on. Wong. Suddenly, there's a slight vibration. No one heard it, not even Natsuki. However, Natsuki discovered that the magic she had unleashed had suddenly disappeared. Before she had time to be surprised, the black tea had been splashed over her head. Chapter 969. Wu Yin wanted to laugh when he saw Natsuki sitting in front of him. However, he didn't dare to laugh out loud. He could only force his face to turn red. I'm sorry. To the side, the waiter serving the black tea was bowing to the seat in front of him as he apologized profusely. Natsuki was sitting in the seat in front of him. However, at this moment, Natsuki's majestic image was completely ruined. She was wearing a white, gothic lowly outfit. Everything above and below her shoulders was wet, including her head. Her long, curly black hair was completely wet. Not a single part of her hair was dry. She closed her eyes and crossed her arms in front of her chest. Natsuki didn't say anything. She didn't do anything either. She just sat there for 5 minutes like she was disconnected. Only Wu Yin knows that Natsuki is feeling depressed right now. Wu Yin held back his laughter and waved at the waiter. All right, you didn't do it on purpose. You can leave now. Yes, yes. The waiter retreated in fear and trepidation as if he's one of Wu Yan's subordinates. He almost rolled and crawled away, which made Wu Yan laugh again. Natsuki, Wu Yan called her with a smile. However, Natsuki ignored him. She continued to cross her arms with her eyes closed. Her expression didn't change at all. At this moment, she was like a real doll. Who would know that she was just embarrassed? Natsuki had no intention of paying attention to him. Wu Yan pursed his lips in a bored manner. Rolling his eyes, he called out with a smirk. Natsuki-chan, do you want to die? Just as he finished his sentence, a bone-chilling glare landed on him, causing him to shake his head and shake his head. Don't be angry. It's your fault for ignoring me. Natsuki turned her head away like she didn't want to lose face. In Wu Yan's eyes, she's like a child throwing a tantrum while pretending to be an adult. It's just too cute. Are you okay? Wu Yan smiled until his eyes narrowed. I didn't expect the legendary demon assassin, the Witch of the Void, Natsuki Nangong. You couldn't even avoid a small tea set. Natsuki coldly glanced at Wu Yan. Wu Yan immediately shut his mouth. He zipped his mouth to show that he didn't dare to do it again. Natsuki looked away and frowned. Natsuki touched her wet hair and muttered to herself. This shouldn't be. I clearly stopped it just now. Why did my magic suddenly disappear? Wu Yan paused for a bit before he recalled something. He started looking around as if he was searching for something. He quickly spotted a few blurry figures behind the pillar furthest away from the cafe. Immediately, Wu Yan understood. What are you looking at? Nothing. No, nothing. Wu Yan quickly turned his head back. He looked at Natsuki, who was staring at him with a serious expression. He wanted to laugh. Ahem, ahem. Coughing a couple of times, Wu Yan pretended to be kind and asked, Don't you feel hot? The most standard temperature for brewing black tea is at least 80 degrees Celsius. It's none of your business, Natsuki said in a muffled voice. Wu Yan was angry and amused at the same time. Wu Yan took out a handkerchief out of nowhere, and he started wiping Natsuki's face. Nayu froze on the spot. Natsuki felt the handkerchief rubbing against her face. Looking at Wu Yan's smiling face, Natsuki's heart sped up for a split second. I'll do it myself. Natsuki felt awkward and placed her hand on Wu Yan's hand. She wanted to pull it off, but she was no match for Wu Yan in terms of strength. Don't move. Natsuki's hand froze, but Wu Yan's hand continued to move. Natsuki grabbed Wu Yan's hand and gently rubbed her face with it. As for Natsuki, her mind went blank. She couldn't react in time. As expected of my Oni-san. Kotori nodded approvingly after witnessing the scene. Grabbing every opportunity you get, as expected of our Ratatasker's god of strategy. Natsuki-chan. Koju looked at the scene in front of him. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead. No, that can't be Natsuki-chan. If it's Natsuki-chan, she should be smashing her fan into that vampire sensei's face. Sensei, Yukina's eyebrows twitched. Her movements are so practiced, she really is a pervert. So amazing. Kanon blindly worshipped Kotori. As for Nagisa, she stared at the scene in front of her. Her cheeks puffed up until she couldn't puff them up anymore. She turned her head away, out of sight, out of mind. Natsuki waited for Wu Yan to dry her face and hair. She looked at Wu Yan strangely. I didn't expect you to be such a gentleman. Wu Yan rolled his eyes. He didn't want to bother with the arrogant Natsuki. He continued, I'll wipe your face and hair clean, but I can't do anything about your clothes. That's black tea. Even if I wipe it clean or use magic to evaporate it, there will still be traces left behind. Natsuki furrowed her brows, and she nodded in agreement. Wu Yin chuckled when he saw this. Then let's go to my house and change. Fortunately, it's not that far from here. Distance is meaningless to me. I can teleport. Just do as I say. Wu Yin interrupted her domineeringly. Natsuki raised an eyebrow and glared at him. It was as if she wanted to slice off a piece of flesh from his body. However, Wu Yin ignored her. He finally understood. For a girl like Natsuki, if you wanted to gain her favor, you either had to be patient and slowly grind her down, or you had to be more domineering than her. Unfortunately, Wu Yin is the impatient type. He can only be more domineering than Natsuki. He has an immortal body anyway. Tui. Wu Yin tossed the thoughts of turning into a masochist out of his mind. He grabbed Natsuki's hand and pulled her up from her seat. Let's go. I don't think you want to sit here like this anymore, right? Wu Yin pulled Natsuki's hand and walked out of the cafe. Let go. Natsuki struggled. I can walk on my own. I told you, just do as I say. Let go. No, you. The two of them walked out of the coffee shop while cursing at each other. Follow them. Kotori jumped out from behind the pillar and gave the order. The group of 5 followed Wu Yin in Natsuki's direction. Itagami Island, southern residential area, apartment. Wu Yin walked out of the bathroom and saw Natsuki drinking tea on the sofa. He shook his head helplessly. You were drenched in tea and you're still drinking it? Do you really like tea that much? Wu Yin walked up to Natsuki. The hot water is ready. Go and take a bath. Don't leave the smell of black tea on your body. I've also prepared your clothes. Before you wash them, wear them first. Natsuki glanced at Wu Yin and sighed. She didn't think she would one day have to take a bath in a man's home. But this is also Kotori and Kanase Cannon's home, so it shouldn't be considered a man's home. It shouldn't count. After comforting herself, Natsuki stood up, walked into the bathroom, and closed the door with a bang. Wu Yin laughed dryly. She ignored me. Natsuki took off her clothes that were stained with the smell of black tea. Natsuki's young and charming body was exposed to the air. Then, she picked up a piece of clothing from the shelf. Just as she was about to walk into the bathtub filled with hot water, she glanced at the corner of the clothing in her hand and froze completely. Natsuki abruptly pulled up the clothes in her hands and spread them out in front of her. When she saw the full picture of the clothes, veins popped out on her face. Chapter 970. Natsuki walked into the bathroom, and he heard the sound of running water coming from the bathroom. Wu Yin sighed in relief, and he slumped down on the sofa. Then, he got up from the sofa in a tired manner. Hello, Kotori. Wu Yin spoke into the headset in his ear in a tired voice. Where are you? As soon as he said that, Kodo's voice sounded. We're next door. At Nagisa's house. Wu Yin rubbed his forehead and smiled bitterly. And you don't know what's going on here? How are we going to support them? Don't worry. Don't worry. Kotori's calm voice came from the headset. We're ready. Ready? Wu Yin tilted his head, and his expression changed. Are you spying on us with high-tech gadgets again? What do you mean by spying? This is called support. Kotori was displeased. Besides, we didn't install any cameras. We don't know what you're doing in there. Huh? Wu Yin chuckled awkwardly. Are you hinting at something? Huh? Kotori giggled. Wu Yin didn't know what she was talking about. He also had a bad premonition in his heart. This girl, could it be that she's secretly doing something that I don't know about? Just as this thought flashed through his mind, in the next second, a sonic boom broke through the air, and with an irresistible force, it flashed towards Wu Yin. Wu Yin, who was in deep thought, jumped in fright when he saw this. Pack! Wu Yin extended his hand and grabbed the culprit that caused the sonic boom in his hand. Upon closer inspection, he found out that the culprit is actually a person. It was a black lace fan. He knew who it was. Who was the one who did this? Wu Yin wasn't happy about this. I say you. Turning his head towards the bathroom door, Wu Yin wanted to grumble. However, the scene that appeared in front of him caused the words that were about to reach his throat to be stuck in his chest. He couldn't get out. His mouth gradually widened, and his eyes slowly widened. His eyes were filled with disbelief. That. Wu Yin felt his throat dry up. His voice was trembling, and he couldn't say anything. Na Yu, who was standing at the bathroom door, frowned, and the unfriendly look in her eyes sharpened. After all, even though Na Yu looked like a cute little thing on the outside, she actually contained an inconceivably dignified aura, causing others to be unable to view her as a pure child. However, for the first time, in her dignified eyes, there was actually a trace of unnaturalness and shyness. That's right, shyness. Because at this moment, she was only wearing a smock, the white one. As for Na Yu's smooth white thighs, they were completely exposed to the air. Coupled with her petite frame, waist-length hair, doll-like delicate face, and unnatural stern expression, Wu Yan's heart couldn't help but beat faster. She's too tempting. Gulp. He gulped, and under Natsuki's murderous glare, Wu Yan turned his head to the side with a stiff face. He clicked his tongue like a robot, and he tilted his head to the side. He wasn't pretending to be a gentleman, but he was afraid. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to control himself and would pounce on her. When the time comes, it will be fun. Natsuki. Wu Yan carefully and meekly spat out those words. What are you doing? Looking at Wu Yan's twisted expression and his trembling voice, Natsuki's uneasiness slowly subsided. She turned into a grumpy one. You. Wu Yan glanced at Natsuki and shook his head with a wry smile. Why are you dressed like this? Huh? Natsuki's expression didn't change, but her eyes were filled with anger. Huh? Wu Yan said. Didn't you prepare these clothes? Me? Wu Yan flinched. He recalled what Coterie said about being prepared for a long time. His face turned awkward. It was most likely Coterie's doing. The clothes I prepared were clearly Coterie's own clothes. But it seems like this blouse is also Coterie's clothes. Natsuki didn't know whether to laugh or cry when she saw Wu Yan's expression. She raised her chin and sighed helplessly inside. She didn't know why, but she felt that she was very tired today. Also, it's a bit strange. It seems like someone is manipulating everything behind the scenes. Natsuki furrowed her brows and fell silent. Natsuki lived up to her reputation as one of Itagami Island's top attack mages. Her intuition told her that someone was playing tricks behind the scenes. Her nickname, Witch of the Void, wasn't just for show. However, she doesn't have enough evidence to prove her conjecture. There's nothing she can do. She tossed aside her distracting thoughts and laughed self-deprecatingly. I'm a bit unlucky today, but I don't think someone would scheme against me just to embarrass me. Indeed, Natsuki's conjecture is correct in a way. However, he doesn't want to embarrass you. He wants you to fall into his arms. Natsuki shook her head and sorted out her thoughts. She lifted her chin again and looked ahead. What she saw gave her a fright. In front of her, an incomparably large face was looking at her with a serious and thoughtful expression. The breath from his nose even hit Na Yu's face, causing her to be unable to recover for a moment. Looking at that petite yet attractive face, Wu Yan sized her up and he laughed. If you take a closer look, Natsuki, you're actually quite charming. Wah! Natsuki was stunned for a moment. She came back to her senses and looked at the face that was less than 5 centimeters away from her. She almost jumped away. You. Natsuki suppressed her urge to run away and pretended to be calm. Do you think I'll be happy if you say that? Get away from me. As expected of Natsuki, she's still pretending to be dignified at a time like this. While admiring him, Wien also felt that this is going to be a bit tricky. Natsuki's attitude made him feel like he doesn't know where to start. It was too challenging. This girl, but if he were to move closer by 5 centimeters and kiss those cold lips of hers, would she still be able to maintain her composure? Wu Yan grinned wickedly. Natsuki's heart started beating faster. Wu Yan's lips curled into a mischievous grin. Natsuki's intuition told her that if she didn't leave at this time, something unpredictable would happen. But she doesn't want to admit defeat here. Natsuki was in a dilemma. Thus, the two faces, one big and one small, just stared at each other. Neither of them spoke, causing the surrounding atmosphere to become strange. At this moment, a small pushing force suddenly appeared behind Wu Yan. This pushing force can only push down a vase. If it's used on Wu Yan, who is not vigilant, it can only make him lose his balance for a second. But this 1 second is enough to reduce the distance by 5 centimeters. Natsuki, who was staring at Wu Yan, saw. Wu Yan's huge face got even bigger in his vision. Whether it's Wu Yan or Natsuki, both of their eyes widened. The strange softness on their lips caused them to enter a dazed state. They couldn't react at all. They looked at each other and remained in this state for a full 10 seconds. Wu Yan, who came back to his senses first, felt this suffocating sensation on Natsuki's petite lips. His heart couldn't help but ripple. For some reason, he reached out his hands and hugged Natsuki's small body. Yu. Wu Yan's actions woke Natsuki up from her daze. She realized her current situation and her heart was in a mess. She wanted to break free, but Wu Yan had already pulled her into his embrace. A thick breath pounced into the tip of Nayu's nose. That warm embrace that was neither hot nor cold caused Nayu to become absent-minded once again. Taking advantage of this moment, a soft tongue pushed open her pearly white teeth. Ew. In the hall, Natsuki used confused and helpless whimpers echoed in the hall. Chapter 971. On the other side, Nagisa and Koju's home. Kotori, Nagisa, Kanon, Yakaina, and Koju were all huddled in front of the TV. They were watching the show in silence. Their reactions were different from each other. Not bad at all. Kotori tossed the pearl into her mouth, as if she had just won a competition. A smile hung on her face. I just wanted to create an ambiguous scene. Who knew Oni Ai-san would seize the opportunity better than I thought. Unlike the smiling Kotori, Nagisa stared at the TV with a stern face. Her eyes were filled with anger. She was almost spitting fire. She kept mumbling something as if she was cursing someone. Nangong, you really kissed him. You actually kissed Sensei Nangong. Sensei is not a good person. Nagasha will ignore you from now on. No, wait a month. That's a bit long. Then I'll ignore you for a week. Ooh, it's still a bit long. All right, I'll ignore you for an entire day. Kanon and Yakaina forced a smile as they listened to Nagisa's machine gun-like mumbling. However, when they saw the TV, they blushed and opened their mouths. Perverted. How dare you? The four girls surrounded the TV that was broadcasting the kiss between Wu Yan and Natsuki. Although their reactions were all different, their eyes were still fixed on it, not moving away for even half a second. Koju was the only one who was lying down not far behind the four girls. His back was dark. It's over. If Natsuki-chan finds out I'm the one behind this. Gu Cheng's body trembled as he recalled Natsuki's terrifying revenge. His back view became even darker. It was obvious that he was the one who pushed Wu Yan. That was exactly what he had done, even though he was only following orders. Of course, Koju had no idea what Kotori was planning. He just listened to her like an idiot. He secretly tricked Wu Yan. He was just a scapegoat. However, compared to this, if Wu Yan was here, he would definitely complain loudly. Didn't I say there were no cameras? Like hugging a doll, he hugged Xiaoxiao's soft body. He kept capturing the little tongue that was twining around in her mouth. It was a real little tongue. At this point, the battlefield has shifted. At first, Wu Yan was still hugging Natsuki. Due to Natsuki being too short, Wu Yan lifted her off the ground and held her in his arms as he gently kissed her on the lips. Wu Yan is sitting on the sofa, and Natsuki is straddling Wu Yan's thighs. Their lips are moving in a very intimate manner. But Wu Yan is the only one who's doing all of this. As for Natsuki, she was dazed by the series of events. She didn't react for a long time. It couldn't be helped. Although Natsuki was already 26 years old, she looked like a young girl who wasn't even 15 years old. So, up until now, the most important topic for girls was nothing more than a luxury for Natsuki. Natsuki's looks were absolutely top-notch, and she was the ultimate temptation for uncles with special interests. However, coupled with her unbelievably dignified aura and temperament, she had never been touched by a man before at the age of 26. In fact, there weren't even many women who had touched her hand. It was easy to imagine how much of an impact this was to Natsuki. Even Natsuki can't face this with her dignified aura and calmness. She can only stare blankly at Wu Yan's face. Under Wu Yan's lead, She passively responded. She has lost her usual calmness and composure. His hand subconsciously slid down Natsuki's back. He caressed her beautiful ivory legs and continued moving up until her round buttocks fell into Wu Yan's hands. Wu Yan, who was concentrating on his mouth, couldn't help but be startled when he felt the smoothness of her buttocks. His eyes were filled with astonishment. That was because the feeling that came from his hand was that there was no obstruction at all. Natsuki isn't wearing anything. Wu Yan didn't notice that his actions caused Natsuki to snap out of her stupor. Natsuki, who was attacked on her private parts, came back to her senses. Her tongue was captured, her buttocks were controlled, and she was still sitting in Wu Yan's arms. Natsuki's eyes were filled with panic when she realized her current situation. She pushed Wu Yan away and jumped to the other side of the sofa. Huff, huff. Natsuki looked at Wu Yan, who was pushed to the sofa by her. She gritted her teeth with hatred. You bastard! How dare you? Wu Yan blinked. Natsuki's eyes were filled with hatred, making him feel a little awkward. He smiled bitterly and lowered his head. I was careless. Stop talking. Before he could finish, Natsuki rudely interrupted Wu Yan. She didn't know if she was embarrassed or angry at Wu Yan, but her face returned to its usual expressionless state. Her eyes gradually calmed down. Forget everything that happened just now. Don't ever mention it again. Natsuki's voice was exceptionally cold when she said this, as if someone had touched her reverse scale. Wu Yan sensed that something was wrong with her mood, and his smile disappeared. He frowned. I said, do you know what you're saying? Yes. Of course I know. Natsuki replied faintly. She stared straight at Wu Yan. You just need to tell me yes. An inexplicable anger burned in Wu Yan's heart when he heard Natsuki's words. What if I say no? Yes. Hearing this, Nayu became silent. After a long time, an ice-cold sentence came out of her mouth. Then I will break off our relationship and never come into contact with you again. What? Wu Yan's heart trembled. His expression changed completely. He could hear the decisiveness in Nayu's words. She was definitely not joking. He stared at Natsuki with his wine-red eyes. Natsuki met Wu Yan's gaze, and she didn't show any signs of softening her heart. Instead, there was only determination in her eyes. Wu Yan clenched his fist when he saw the determination in Natsuki's eyes. Do you hate me that much? Natsuki lowered her head and turned around. Her back was facing Wu Yan. No, it's the opposite. You're the only man I've ever seen in a different light among all the men I know. Then why did you say those words? Wu Yan didn't understand why. Natsuki didn't answer immediately. Not long after, a voice filled with sadness and melancholy came from Natsuki's back. Wu Yan's heart ached when he heard that voice. I don't have the right nor the opportunity to touch these feelings. After saying that, Natsuki turned around and left. Only a faint ripple of mana lingered in the air. Wu Yan remained silent as he watched Natsuki disappear into the distance. Oni-chan, Sensei, Kotori, Nagisa, Kanon, Yakaina, and Koju walked in from outside. They came to Wu Yan's side. None of them had the same expression as before. All that was left was a heavy expression. Sensei, Nagisa, and Kanon each grabbed one of Wu Yan's hands. Their faces were filled with worry. They saw what happened just now as well. Kotori silently walked to Wu Yan's side. Her eyes were also on the spot where Natsuki disappeared. Her voice was as calm as ever. According to Natsuki's words, rather than saying that she doesn't have any feelings for you, it's better to say that. She has her reasons. Wu Yan abruptly finished Kotori's sentence. His expression was unusually calm. With Natsuki's personality, she wouldn't say something like that for no reason. There must be something we don't know about her that's affecting her freedom. What could it be? Koju and Yakaina looked at each other before turning their attention to Wu Yan. Who knows? Wu Yan shrugged. He finally smiled. But it's worth it, isn't it? Chapter 972. Itagami Island, Saikai Academy Middle School Division. Wu Yan pushed open the office door. He didn't go straight to his seat. Instead, he He looked ahead and stopped at a certain spot. Without hesitation, Wu Yin walked in front of desk. Nasasaki-sensei. HM. Sasasaki-sensei, who was busy with something, turned around. When she saw Wu Yin, she smiled. Era, Wu Yin-sensei, what a rare guest. Sasasaki-sensei said with a teasing tone. She seemed surprised, but her eyes were smiling. It seems like it's lunchtime right now. Normally at this time, shouldn't Wu Yin-sensei and his middle school girlfriend be lovey-dovey in the classroom? How come you have time to come to the office? Did you get dumped? Hearing this, Wu Yan's serious expression instantly melted away, leaving only helplessness in its place. Nasasaki-sensei, please don't tease me. I came here today because I have something important to discuss with you. Something important? Sasasaki-sensei tilted her head in confusion. What's so important that you abandoned your cute girlfriend and came here to find me? That's what she said. Sasasaki-sensei put down all her work. She turned around and faced Wu Yin. On the surface, Nagasaki Misaki didn't seem reliable, but no matter what, she graduated from the same university as Natsuki and had been with her all this time. She was also an attack mage who wasn't as famous as Natsuki, but was extremely famous in her own circle. What was important and what was not, Sasakazaki Headland naturally had a ruler in her heart to measure. Perhaps she felt that what Wu Yin wanted to say was important. Sasasaki-sensei still had a smile on her face, but the smile in her eyes was gone. Tell me, no matter what, you're still my junior. If I can help you, I'll definitely help you. Wu Yin smiled, nodded. He thought about what to say. Then he spoke. Hey, Nasasaki-sensei, is Natsuki under some kind of restriction? Restriction? Sasasaki-sensei paused. She didn't understand what Wu Yin meant, but when she realized what he meant, the smile on her face disappeared. Wu Yin narrowed his eyes when he saw Sasasaki's reaction. He thought that he had a chance. I have a feeling that Natsuki has a very important reason that is restricting her freedom. Wu Yin hesitated. He lowered his voice. Like a relationship. Why would you think that? Sasasaki-sensei smiled. Wu Yin noticed Sasasaki-sensei's attitude changed. Scratching his cheeks, Wu Yin shrugged. Well, why would I think so? That's one thing. You should tell me the truth first. A relationship. Sasasaki-sensei looked Wu Yin up and down. She smirked. Wu Yin-sensei, the students aren't enough to satisfy your appetite. So, you want to make a move on the teachers? That would be very troublesome. Nasasaki-sensei. Wu Yin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Don't change the topic. Tell me, is Natsuki? I won't tell you. Sasasaki interrupted him before he could finish his sentence. Her expression turned serious, and Wu Yin furrowed his brows when he heard what she said. Why? Because you shouldn't ask me this question. Sasasaki-sensei shook her head. Since you already know there's something going on behind Nasasaki-sensei, why didn't you ask her directly? Sasasaki didn't wait for Wu Yin to answer her question. She started talking on her own. Because you know that even if you ask Nasasaki-sensei, she won't tell you, right? Wu Yin lowered his head. He fell silent. Nasasaki-sensei didn't choose to tell you. That's why I shouldn't ask you. Sasasaki-sensei sighed. She looked at Wu Yin. It's not a secret. In fact, many people know about it. But since Nasasaki-sensei didn't tell you, I won't tell you either. I can only say that Nasasaki-sensei is under some kind of restriction, a lot of restriction. Sasasaki-sensei said to Wu Yin with a complicated and sympathetic tone. Nasasaki-sensei is a very pitiful person. After saying that Sasasaki-sensei didn't say anything else, she turned around, lowered her head, and started working again. Wu Yin knew that Sasasaki-sensei wouldn't tell him anything else. She doesn't seem to be on good terms with Nasasaki-sensei, but everyone knows that they are closer than real sisters. If there was something going on behind Nasasaki-sensei's back, Sasasaki-sensei should have stepped forward. But she didn't. That's because compared to stepping forward, she was more inclined towards Nasasaki-sensei's choice. In other words, Sasasaki-sensei can't solve the problem behind Nasasaki-sensei's back. Wu Yin has a feeling that things aren't as simple as they seem. Suddenly, ding! Mission 2 completed. Obtain 10,000 equipment points, item points, ability points, summoning points. Character: Wu Yin equipment points. 17170 item points. 1275000 ability points. 16,000 summoning points. 17300 level. 80. This. Wu Yin pulled himself back from his train of thought when he heard the system notification. He's surprised by the system notification. Whether it was rescuing Canon from Kinsei Yace, changing the spell on her, or even turning her into his familiar, he had failed to complete the second quest that had been giving him so much trouble. Yet, he was able to complete it just like that. He checked the contents of the system notification in a daze, and after confirming that it wasn't an illusion, he quickly opened up the system list. World: Bloodlust Rampage. Mission: Redemption. Mission 1. Become an attack magician in Itagami City. Completed. Mission reward: 5,000 equipment points, item points, ability points, summoning points. Mission 2. Stop the Ascension Ritual and save the fake angel, Kanace Cannon. Completed. Mission reward: 10,000 equipment points, item points, ability points, summoning points. Mission 3. Find out the secret behind Nasasaki-sensei and deal with it. Mission reward: 30,000 equipment points, item points, ability points, summoning points. The moment he saw his quest 3, he laughed very happily. Even the system is on my side. Nasasaki-sensei, looks like my meeting with you has decided our future. If you accept your fate, just wait for me to show up again. Sasasaki, who was peeking at Wu Yin, curled up his lips in a manner that made Sasasaki, who was peeking at Wu Yin, question marks all over her head. Wu Yin didn't ask any more questions as he left the office. After closing the door behind him, Wu Yin walked towards the high school building. He took out his phone and dialed a number he got not long ago. After a series of busy tones, a frivolous voice came from the phone. Yo, Scandal Teacher, how come you have time to call me? Wu Yin could hear the teasing and dissatisfaction in the other person's voice. I came out of my delicious lunch just to pick up your call. Do you have work to do? But I didn't receive any information. Quietly listening to the other party's complaints, Wu Yin didn't say anything. When the other party was about to finish his sentence, Wu Yin said something. Come out and meet me. Perhaps the other person noticed Wu Yan's unusual tone. The other person's voice became serious. What's the matter? Yes. Wu Yin smiled and looked at the rooftop of Saikai Academy's high school building. Private matter. Chapter 973. Itagami Island, Saikai Academy High School rooftop. A gust of wind blew across the exposed rooftop, blowing some trash left behind by the students who had lunch here into the air. It also took away some of the smell of the dishes. Thanks to the gust of wind, the rooftop was much cleaner. Wu Yin stood at the edge of the rooftop. His clothes and hair fluttered in the wind. Some of the dust even landed on his body. Wu Yin didn't move an inch. He looked down at Saikai Academy from afar. The only thing he could see at the rooftop is his back. After an unknown amount of time, the door to the rooftop that had been closed all this time suddenly opened. Then, a figure walked in. The person is wearing the Saikai Academy high school uniform. He has a spiky hairstyle and a pair of headphones around his neck. At first glance, he looks like an incompetent delinquent. He has a playful smile on his face, but he looks like he's on a business trip. This person is Motoki Yace, who is in charge of dealing with the fake angel incident with Wu Yin. Yo, he greeted Wu Yin with a smile. Sorry to keep you waiting, Gossip Sensei. His back is facing the person. Wu Yin shook his head and turned around to face Motoki Yace. When he turned around, he saw another person standing next to Motoki Yace. She's wearing the Saikai Academy high school uniform. Her long hair was tied into 2 braids in front of her. She has a pair of glasses on her face. She looks calm and collected. The first impression she gives is that she's a very knowledgeable person. However, Wu Yin doesn't think she's only knowledgeable. It was impossible for Motoki Yace to bring someone with only knowledge to this place. Frowning, Wu Yin looked at the girl with glasses. You are. Well, let me introduce you. Motoki Yase stepped forward and tilted his body slightly. He revealed the girl with glasses in front of him. Koyama. He was a third-year student from Kaihai Academy High School. She's my senior, and she's also my girlfriend. When he said this, Yase Motoki's face showed a trace of pride. On the other hand, Koyomi's expression didn't even change. It was as if Yase Moki didn't introduce her. What a weird couple. In all sorts of ways, Wu Yin immediately made such a conclusion about Yase Moki and Koyomi. Are you trying to say that the reason you brought her here is because she's your girlfriend? Of course not. Motoki Yase shook his head. He put his hands in his pockets and smiled. I brought her here because she wanted to see you. See me? Wu Yin pursed his lips and looked at Xianxia. What's your reasoning? Because of her other identity, Yase Motoki said bluntly. She is one of the 3 saints of the Lion King organization. Wu Yin narrowed his eyes. He looked at Koyomi with a thoughtful expression. The 3 saints of the Lion King organization. That's quite a name. It's just a title. It's nothing compared to yours. Koyomi raised her head slightly and finally spoke. Duke Arudiaro has a lot of praises for you, Vatler. Wu Yin glanced at Koyomi. You're here because of him. You can say that. Koyomi's magnetic and intellectual voice slowly came out of her mouth. It's normal for a vampire to be curious since he can defeat Duke Arudiaro. Does the Lion King organization do things on a whim? Wu Yin shook his head with a chuckle. Just tell me why you're here. Koyomi was silent for a while before she spoke again. I'm here to ask you a question. Sure. Wu Yin agreed without any hesitation. Motoki and Koyomi, who had been calm all this, were flabbergasted by Wu Yan's response. While they were surprised by Wu Yan's decisiveness, Wu Yin changed the topic. But at the same time, you have to answer a question of mine. Only then did Xianxia regain her composure. After pondering for a moment, she nodded. Then, please allow me to ask. She lowered her head slowly. Her glasses covered her eyes, making it impossible to see what she was thinking. However, what she said made the atmosphere tense all of a sudden. Sir, who exactly are you? Or rather, what kind of existence are you? That's right. As one of the 3 saints of the Lion King organization, Koyomi was concerned about this question. You should be a vampire, right? Despite bringing up such a heavy topic, Xianxia's tone did not change at all. Duke Arudia is undoubtedly the strongest vampire below the true ancestor. But as far as I know, he seems to have lost to you more than once. Xianxia paused and said, with Duke Arudia's character, he wouldn't be so happy if you used some underhanded means. However, other than the true ancestor, there shouldn't be any other vampire who can defeat him. So, please tell me what kind of existence you are. The atmosphere froze. Looking at the man and woman in front of him, locking their gazes on him, Wu Yin laughed. His laughter was very sarcastic. You already know the answer. Why do you have to confirm it again? Motoki's expression changed. Koyomi also raised her head to look at Wu Yin. So you're really? Yes. Wu Yin ignored their reaction and said, I am a primogenitor. That's impossible. Motoki refuted without hesitation. There should only be 4 primogenitors. There shouldn't be a 5th. I don't know what kind of existence the primogenitors of this world are. Koju is the first one I've met. Wu Yin shook his head. So, I can't give you an answer to the question you raised. This world? Koyomi caught the main point of Wu Yan's words. Wu Yin nodded without hiding anything. Is it strange? Familiars and fairies are creatures from another world. It shouldn't be strange for me to come from another world, right? Hearing this, Yase Motoki and Koyomi fell silent. Wu Yan's words were beyond their expectations. All right, it's my turn to ask you. Wu Yin waved his hand. His tone became heavy. As one of the 3 saints of the Lion King organization, you should know the secret behind Natsuki, right? Natsuki-chan. Motoki frowned. He didn't expect Wu Yan's question to be related to Natsuki. Koyomi looked at Wu Yin, and she enunciated each word clearly. Prison barrier. Prison barrier? Wu Yin turned to look at Koyomi. You're talking about the rumored prison barrier used to imprison criminals? The secret behind Natsuki is related to it. Do you know about witches? Koyomi suddenly asked. Witches are those who form a contract with a devil and become a guardian of the devil's kin. Their magical power is comparable to that of a superior demon. Wuyan didn't say anything. He waited for Koyomi to continue. Of course, he knows that Natsuki is a witch. If Koyomi mentioned this, it must be related to Natsuki. As expected, Koyomi continued. However, there is a price to pay for forming a contract with a devil. The devil won't give you power for no reason. The Witch of the Void, the price Natsuki paid to become a witch, is to become the guardian of the prison barrier. She hibernates alone in the prison barrier and guards the entrance to the prison barrier. Until death. That's impossible. Wu Yan followed Motoki's lead and declared the same thing. You said Natsuki will guard the prison barrier until death. Then who is this Natsuki? It's just a magic doppelganger. Xianxia expressionlessly replied. Nangong Natsuki is sleeping in the prison barrier. She projected her 5 senses and most of her power into a doppelganger to act in her place. That doppelganger is the current Nangong Natsuki. Wu Yan clenched his fists when he heard Koyomi's words. His heart was in turmoil. No wonder Natsuki said she didn't have the right to love. It's just a doppelganger. Her real body has been imprisoned. How can she fall in love with others? How can she get married and have children? Wu Yan looked up at the clouds in the sky. He couldn't calm down for a long time. Chapter 974. Nighttime. Lying in his bed, he stared at the cold ceiling. Wu Yan's wine-red eyes were filled with a sense of loss. He couldn't calm down for a long time. Wu Yan recalled the information he got from Xianxia during the day. His emotions became complicated. Even though he just became an attack mage not long ago, he has heard about the prison barrier. In this world, demons and attack mages weren't everywhere, but at least in a special district like Itagami Island, they were quite common. Naturally, there were some who were much stronger than other demons and attack mages. Powerful strength often made people complacent and led them to the path of spiritual depravity. Among those demons and attack mages who possessed powerful strength, some of them were quite perverted. There are many examples in the history of Itagami Island after it was built. Many times, Itagami Island was attacked by powerful demons and attack mages, resulting in a large number of deaths. However, the demons and attack mages who caused these terrorist attacks would usually mysteriously disappear not long after the incident. No one had heard any news about them ever since. Naturally, the residents didn't care about the lives of the humans and demons who brought harm to their lives. They were just curious as to why these criminals who had committed serious crimes would disappear for no reason. Since the criminals disappeared, the residents of Itagami Island started guessing that the criminals were captured by powerful individuals and sent to an unknown prison. As time went by, this rumor spread far and wide. In the end, an urban legend of a prison made specifically for criminals was born. The rumor spread across the entire Itagami Island. Of course, this is only an urban legend. After all, no one knows if the prison barrier is real or not. The residents of Itagami Island treated it as an urban legend, something to joke about. Even Wu Yan was the first to hear about it. Wu Yan believes that all legends have their own basis. No legend is groundless. Even if it's exaggerated countless times, the legend still has its source. Just like in Academy City, behind those urban legends, there's always a secret that no one knows about. Itagami Island's urban legend must be the same as well. However, Wu Yan didn't think about verifying it. He also didn't think that the prison barrier would have anything to do with him. Unless he caused a terrorist attack on Itagami Island, the prison barrier would only be a joke for Wu Yan. Now that the prison barrier isn't just an urban legend, it's a real thing. It confirms Wu Yan's suspicions. He didn't expect this to be the truth behind the prison barrier. According to Xiao Guyong, the prison barrier was actually a dream of Natsuki's body. Natsuki used it to hypnotize herself and turn the dream into a magic barrier that was hidden in another world. As long as Natsuki did not wake up from the dream, The prison barrier would always exist. If he wanted to awaken Natsuki from her eternal slumber and save her from the price of becoming a witch, the first step would be to destroy the entire prison barrier. Other than that, if he wants to free Natsuki from the price of becoming a demon, he will have to go through all sorts of troublesome methods. Before that, the hardest thing to deal with is the prison barrier itself. If Natsuki is saved, the prison barrier that originated from Natsuki's dream will no longer exist. If that happens, the powerful criminals who have been locked up in the prison barrier for God knows how long will be released in an instant. When that happens, Itagami Island will be plunged into a crisis. If that happens, even if he doesn't mind, Natsuki will never forgive him. What should I do? Complicated thoughts ran through his mind, making him more and more irritated. He clenched his fists so hard that they made cracking noises. Not asleep yet? A voice accompanied by a figure entered Wu Yan's ears. Kotori's pretty face slowly appeared in Wu Yan's vision as he stared at the ceiling. She's wearing her usual calm expression as she chewed on a lollipop. She's looking down at Wu Yan from above. Kotori pursed her lips when she saw the unfocused look in Wu Yan's eyes. The sweet taste of the lollipop spread from her mouth. Looks like you're really troubled. Wu Yan panted when he heard Kotori's words. He suppressed his annoyance and smiled bitterly. How can I not be troubled? No matter which side I'm on, I'm not human. Oh, Kotori raised an eyebrow. She met Wu Yan's gaze and smiled faintly. You're not human. You're a vampire. You're still in the mood to joke. Wu Yan's bitter smile deepened. I'm so envious of you. I'm so troubled. Kotori snorted. Who told you to do such a thankless task? Thankless task? Wu Yan rolled his eyes at Kotori. Who was the one who told me to conquer Natsuki? Now you're saying it's a thankless task. Who told you I was talking about this? Kotori took out the treasure in her mouth and waved it around. I'm talking about your troubles. Troubles? Wu Yan frowned. What do you mean? You still don't get it? Kotori glanced at Wu Yan. She stared at him and said something emotional. I don't understand why you're thinking so much. You're not suited for this kind of delicate work. Delicate work? Wu Yan paused. Kotori's eyes softened when she saw Wu Yan's blank expression. My big brother is the kind of person who would risk his life to protect a piece of pure land in his heart. He won't give up easily due to various reasons. Kotori muttered with an unusually soft and sweet voice as if she was in a daze. Even though he's lazy to the point where he needs someone to wake him up in the morning, he'll still do what he needs to do. Kotori regained her calmness and tapped her chin. So, instead of worrying about something that doesn't exist, why don't you just work hard in the direction that you want to go? Wu Yan paused and looked at Kotori. But, no buts. Kotori turned around and walked towards the door, leaving him with her last words. You just need to know what you should do. As for the consequences of doing it, you just need to think about it while you're thinking about it. Believe in yourself. You can do it. If you can't, you still have me. With that, Kotori disappeared from the room as if she was never there in the first place. Wu Yan stared blankly at the direction Kotori left. After a while, he smiled. As expected of my cute little sister. Wu Yan patted his cheeks and sat up from his bed. The hesitation on his face disappeared. Only determination remained. That's right. I just need to know what I need to do. As for the consequences, I'll take responsibility for them. The one who was hesitating here was the worst. With that thought in mind, Wu Yan's eyes trembled. No one knows what he's thinking. Wu Yan reached out and pulled something in the air. A system list appeared in front of him. Wu Yan tapped a few times, and something appeared in front of his eyes. Talisman of 10,000 spells. Grade C, a dagger that can break all kinds of magic. It is the ultimate magic weapon. It can restore objects strengthened with magic and life created with magic back to their original state. Its attack power is weak. It only has the same lethality as a normal dagger. However, it is very effective in breaking contracts. Equipment points, 1,000. Wu Yan smiled when he saw the words, very effective in breaking contracts. Chapter 975. Itagami Island, Saikai Academy High School Division. Wu Yin walked up the long flight of stairs and opened the door to the rooftop. For students, the rooftop of school is a very special place. This was because this kind of place was usually a place where couples would go for a rendezvous or have a heart-to-heart talk with their sweethearts. Therefore, if a man and a woman appeared on the school's rooftop, unless there were some special reasons, there was a high chance that they were not in love with each other, or they were a real couple. It was the same for Kaihai Academy. Although there was only one rooftop in the high school section, it was fortunate that it was quite spacious. Many couples could eat and chat here during their lunch break. As for their free time, it was too short. Very few people would come to the rooftop. However, when Wu Yin arrived, there's already a beautiful figure waiting for him on the rooftop. At this time, if an outsider were to come here, then the man and woman present would be misunderstood as a couple regardless of whether they were related or not. However, the two people here clearly knew that their meeting was much more complicated and serious than a couple's tryst. The one waiting on the rooftop is Xianxia, whom he met yesterday. At this moment, Xianxia was hugging a book in her arms. Coupled with her calm and intellectual appearance, others' impression of her would be reduced to an honest scholar, an excellent student, the class's disciplinary committee member, and other harmless characters. Only those who truly understood her would know. How scary is she? The three saints of the Lion King organization weren't something that anyone could become. After all, the Lion King organization was an existence that maintained the peace of the entire world. Although their methods weren't very presentable, it didn't mean that they weren't brilliant. To be able to become one of the three saints of Lion King organization while still a student, Xianxia's ability, be it strength or scheming. She's not to be underestimated. That's why Wu Yin brought Xianxia here. Wu Yin stopped when he was 3 meters away from Xianxia. His calm voice echoed in the quiet area. Sorry to keep you waiting. It's our honor to be able to wait for you here. Xianxia's tone was flat. A voice that was filled with magnetism slowly rang out. No matter what, you are the noble fifth primogenitor, the pinnacle of existence in the world. I'm flattered to be praised by the three saints of Lion King organization. Wu Yin said without a trace of flattery on his face. He then looked at Xianxia. Let's stop with the pleasantries. I believe that with your intelligence, you should have guessed the reason why I called you here, right? The demoness of the gap. Huh? Xianxia raised his head. There was finally a slight change in his calm tone. Do you want to free her from the prison barrier? Wu Yin glanced at Koyong, and he didn't answer her question. Instead, he said this. Lend me Itagami Island for 3 days. What did you say? Even with Xianxia's temperament, she couldn't help but be shocked when she heard this. She didn't even bother to use the honorifics that she always used. One can only imagine how shocking Wu Yin's words are. Lend me Itagami Island for 3 days. Wu Yin ignored Xianxia's shock and continued with his request. With the three saints of Lion King organization, it shouldn't be hard for you to do that, right? You think too highly of me. Xianxiang smiled bitterly. Even if the three sages of the Lion King organization are here, they still wouldn't be able to fulfill your request. Aside from the higher-ups of Itagami Island, there are also powerful attack mages and demons here. If the Lion King organization had the authority to order them around, a lot of magical disasters wouldn't have happened. Don't bother with what those guys are saying. Wu Yin waved his hand, and he turned around. I only need the citizens and demons of Itagami Island to disappear from the island for 3 days. Just tell me if you can do it or not. Xianxiang fell silent. Following Koyong's silence, Wu Yin didn't say anything either. One of them lowered her head and used her spectacles to hide the change in her expression. The other one stared at Koyong as he waited for her reply. The atmosphere in the room turned a little weird. 1 week later, Xianxiang lowered her head and spoke. Due to unknown changes to the dragon vein on Itagami Island, Lion King organization will conduct a thorough investigation of the island in 1 week. To prevent unnecessary casualties, we will contact the higher-ups of Itagami Island and have them evacuate the citizens and demons of Itagami Island in 1 week. Are you satisfied with this arrangement? All right, that's good enough. Wu Yan's expression softened. He turned around and walked out of the rooftop. I owe you a favor. Xian Guyong's expression softened after hearing Wu Yan's words. A favor from a primogenitor is very useful. Itagami Island Harbor. Beside the pool on the top deck of the Oceanus grave, there was a beach chair and a large parasol. Vatler was wearing a pair of sunglasses and a pair of swimming trunks. He was lying on a beach chair, leisurely enjoying the leisurely time after swim. Vatler was about to fall asleep, but the appearance of an aura instantly dispelled his drowsiness. A joyful smile slowly appeared on his face. It's still as sudden as before. Standing up from the beach chair, Vatler looked behind him and shrugged helplessly. If you can come to me in a normal way, I'll be happier. Well, I'll still welcome you. Ian didn't want to waste time with Vatler. His words made Vatler's smile freeze. Have you been bored lately? Vatler raised an eyebrow and lowered his hands. Yes, a little. Why? Does our fifth primogenitor want to beat me up again? I don't have that much time to play games with you. Wu Yin smirked. But if you want to pass the time, I have a good idea. Oh. Vatler's interest was piqued. He knows that Wu Yin has always been unhappy with him because of his bad taste. In the past, every time Wu Yin saw him, even if he didn't start a fight, he would still hurl insults at him. Vatler thought Wu Yin was here to teach him a lesson. It seems like something interesting is about to happen. Wu Yin didn't know Vatler for long, but he could tell what Vatler was thinking based on his expression. His grin widened. Prison barrier. I'm sure you've heard of it. Narrowing his eyes, his wine-red pupils gradually congealed. In about a week, I will destroy it. Destroy the prison barrier? Vatler was stunned. He was puzzled. Why? Don't you like this island very much? Why? It doesn't matter what the reason is. Wu Yin muttered before his voice turned cold. Once the prison barrier is destroyed, the prisoners inside will flood out. I only have one question for you, Vatler. Are you interested in hunting the criminals of the prison barrier with me? Wah! Vatler flinched. Wu Yin didn't look like he was faking it. He laughed. Ha ha! Vatler clutched his head and laughed maniacally. Wasn't fighting exactly what he wanted. Moreover, his opponents were powerful criminals who had been imprisoned in the prison barrier. Of course Vatler was tempted. Of course he was excited. Since it's an invitation from the Honorable Fifth Primogenitor, I can't refuse. With a fanatical smile, Vatler placed his hand on his chest, and he saluted Wu Yin like a noble. In the name of Duke Iridiaro, I'm happy to serve you. Wu Yin looked at Vatler, who bowed. Wu Yin lifted his head with a sharp glint in his eyes. Chapter 976. Itagami Island is in an uproar because of the following news. The Dragon Vein on Itagami Island is undergoing an unforeseen change. In order to investigate the cause of the Dragon Vein and prevent any unnecessary harm to Itagami Island, from today onwards, all residents of Itagami Island will be evacuated from the island for a week to cooperate with the investigation. These were the exact words of the higher-ups of Itagami City. What was a Dragon Vein? The so-called Dragon Vein was actually another name for the Spirit Vein. In this world, there were some places where the land was naturally filled with very strong spiritual power, so strong that it was absolutely impossible for human beings to have it. The source of this natural spiritual power was the spiritual veins, the so-called Dragon Veins, the existence of the huge spiritual power flowing on the surface of the earth. As the spiritual energy on the Dragon Vein was far beyond people's imagination, and to a certain extent, it protected the place on the surface where the Dragon Vein was located like a geomancy shelter. People believed that the spiritual energy emitted from the Dragon Vein would become the vitality of the city built on the land where the Dragon Vein was located and lead the city to prosperity. Therefore, if someone discovered the area where the Dragon Vein flowed through, then that area would be very dangerous. Normally, they would be robbed clean and used to build large and prosperous cities. And Itagami Island is a man-made island built on the surface of the sea where the Dragon Veins intersected. The land built on the Dragon Vein would be filled with spiritual power, and whether or not it could bring prosperity to the city, there was no absolute evidence to prove that it was true. However, People were certain that they were able to cast spiritual spells and magic spells that were much more powerful than usual when they were above the dragon vein. In fact, some magic rituals that were difficult to cast could be cast smoothly with the support of the dragon vein. They were conducting research on the demon race. Speaking of the special region of the demon race, that would be a great help. Because of this, Itagami Island was built far away from the mainland in order to gain the blessing of the dragon vein. It wasn't just Itagami Island. Basically, all the famous special districts of the demon race were built on the dragon vein. Only some special regions of the demon race that carried out unimportant research would casually find a place to build one. Of course, being able to gain the blessing and protection of the dragon vein was one of the reasons. Most importantly, the foundation gate that supported the 4 large floating structures and allowed Itagami Island to exist safely was powered by the spiritual energy of the dragon vein. The magic energy engraved on the foundation gate was also converted from the spiritual energy of the dragon vein. In other words, if something were to happen to the dragon vein, the cornerstone gate would lose its source of mana. Unless there is a new source of mana, the cornerstone gate wouldn't be able to support Itagami Island once the mana in the magic formation runs out. When that happens, even if Itagami Island doesn't sink, it will still be destroyed. That's why the matter of the dragon vein can be serious. It's best to get to the bottom of it. Otherwise, it won't do anyone any good, especially Itagami Island. Thus, the residents of Itagami Island accepted the arrangement and evacuated to the mainland for the next 7 days. Wuxian was very satisfied. After all, the Lion King organization and the higher-ups of Itagami Island are competitors. Natsuki has mentioned more than once that the Lion King organization is her business rival. Now that the Lion King organization is using the dragon vein as an excuse to evacuate Itagami Island's residents, logically speaking, the higher-ups of Itagami Island wouldn't agree to it. It's not like they don't have attack mages, and they're not inferior to the Lion King organization. If the Lion King organization is able to detect the abnormality of the dragon vein, then they should have the ability to solve it. This is how the higher-ups do things. Kotori Island somehow got the higher-ups to agree to her suggestion to evacuate Itagami Island's residents. Wuxian didn't say it out loud, but he was very impressed. Kotori was the only one who was disdainful towards Wu Yan's admiration. The so-called competitive relationship was nothing more than an opposition based on certain interests or natures. When there was no benefit or influence to both parties, this competitive relationship would also become a cooperative relationship. In Wu Yan's opinion, Kotori must have used some kind of trick to get the residents to leave Itagami Island. Kotori, on the other hand, has at least 10 tricks up her sleeves. But if it was Shokoho Misaki, who was extremely familiar with human psychology, let alone 10, even 100 would be possible. It was just a temporary retreat, and it wasn't like they would never return, so the impact wasn't big at all. Except for those powerful attack mages and demons who couldn't be controlled, it couldn't be easier to make the ordinary residents obey the arrangements. That's right. The residents and demons have left Itagami Island, but the attack mages and demons who saw something amiss are still on the island. No, it's not just the attack mages and demons. Normal people are still on the island. For example, no. Lying on the sofa, Nagisa covered her ears as if she didn't want to hear anything. Everyone around her felt a headache coming on. Nagisa. Wuxian rubbed his forehead and advised her earnestly. Most of the normal residents on the island have evacuated. You should go with them. What if something really happens? Do you have a way to escape? Why? Then why is Kotori-chan allowed to stay? Nagisa puffed up her cheeks. Kotori didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Don't look down on me just because I'm a human. Of course, I have my own abilities to be able to stay with this vampire brother. What about Kojo-kun and Yukina-chan? And Kanon-chan? Nagisa pointed at Kojo-kun, Yukina, and Kanon. Her large eyes stared straight at Wu Yan. If Kojo-kun, Yukina-chan, and Kanon-chan can stay here, why can't I? But we're not normal people, Wu Yan. Kotori, Kojo-kun, Yukina, and Kanon can only shout that in their minds. They can't say it out loud. Nagisa has a phobia of demons. Other than Wu Yin, she has never accepted a demon. If she finds out that her brother is a demon, it's possible that the sibling relationship between Kojo-kun and Nagisa will never return. As for Canon, she used to be a human, but she's Wu Yan's familiar. In theory, vampires' familiars are considered demons. She can't reveal her identity. As for Yakina, she can reveal her identity, but Kojo-kun's identity will be exposed too. Even though they feel sorry for Nagisa, they can only keep it a secret. According to Wu Yan's original plan, Kojo-kun, Yakina, and Canon were supposed to leave the island with Nagisa. Unfortunately, they saw how Wu Yin and Natsuki almost fell out. Yakina is also a sword shaman of the Lion King organization. She more or less knows the inside story. The excuse of the dragon vein's abnormality can't be kept from them. After knowing that they're going to save Natsuki, the three of them wanted to help as well. Wu Yin had no choice but to agree. The three of them have their own special abilities. Even if they're facing the criminals in the prison barrier, it shouldn't be a problem. The problem lies with Nagisa. In Nagisa's eyes, the three of them are normal people. Since they're willing to stay, Nagisa doesn't want to leave. Nagisa was one of the witnesses to Natsuki's incident. Wu Yin didn't want to hide the truth from her, so he told her the truth. But he didn't expect trouble to appear. With a bitter smile and a sigh, Wu Yin turned to Kojo-kun and the others. Why don't you all leave the island with Nagisa? The three of them shook their heads without hesitation. Kojo-kun shook his head the most resolutely. Natsuki was his homeroom teacher, and she was also his benefactor who protected his true identity in the dark. How would he not help her? But Nagisa, I don't want to listen. Kojo-kun wanted to persuade her, but Nagisa cut him off. Since you're not leaving, I'm not leaving either. After speaking, Nagisa lay down on the sofa and refused to listen to another word. Seeing this, everyone looked at each other helplessly. Chapter 977. While everyone was having a headache over Nagisa's situation, a blurry spatial ripple appeared in the hall. Natsuki appeared with a serious expression on her face. Natsuki-chan, Minamiya-sensei. Aside from Wu Yin and Kotori, Nagisa, Canon, Yakina, and the others all called out to her. Koju even called her by the name Natsuki doesn't like. Usually, Koju would have been the target of Natsuki's vengeance by now. However, Natsuki has been staring at Wu Yin ever since she appeared. Seeing this scene, the crowd looked at each other and fell silent at the same time. Natsuki and Tsuyu looked at each other. Neither of them spoke immediately. Instead, they used their eyes to let each other know what they were thinking. Just like that, they looked at each other quietly. There was a strange, heavy feeling in the air. It spread throughout the silent hall. Kotori. At some point, Wu Yin suddenly spoke. Why don't you take everyone away first? Kotori didn't hesitate. She knew what Wu Yin was going to do next. She nodded and she dragged Nagisa and Canon out of the room. She didn't even look back. Akatsuki, Yakina, come with me. Wait, 5 Rivers. Koju wanted to say something, but Yakina stopped him. She shook her head at Koju and carried her guitar bag. She followed Kotori and the others. Yakina also walked out. Koju looked at the two of them, then at Kotori's group, who was about to leave the room, and gritted his teeth. He also followed them out. In the hall, only Wu Yin and Natsuki were left in the hall. The moment the door closed, Natsuki broke the silence in the room. Do you know what you're doing? Natsuki's face was devoid of any emotion. She looked straight ahead. Her calm gaze was just as imposing and oppressive as it had been in the past. Unfortunately, Natsuki's imposing gaze was aimed at the wrong person. Her gaze was fixed on Koju. Wu Yin smiled bitterly and shook his head. I knew it. I can't hide it from you. No matter what. Natsuki is a top-notch attack mage, known as the Demon Assassin. Before Wu Yin came to this world, Natsuki dealt with countless cases of magic-related incidents. Her expertise in dealing with magic-related incidents is comparable to anyone in this world. The Dragon Fountain anomaly could only be used to confuse ordinary people, But even those slightly capable offensive mage commanders and demons could vaguely sense that something was wrong. As a demon killer, Naiyu, who had been an offensive mage commander for God, knows how many years, of course, it was impossible for her not to sense it. Wuyan didn't expect her to be able to link this incident to him being the mastermind behind all of this. Let's stop. Natsuki knew that if she pressed Wuyan wouldn't compromise. So, she softened her tone. It's not too late to stop now. Is that why you came here? Wuyan chuckled. He narrowed his eyes, and he exuded an undeniable aura along with a strong sense of determination. Then I'm sorry. I'm afraid you came here for nothing. You. Natsuki was a little angry. She raised her voice. Do you know the consequences of your actions? Got it. Compared to Natsuki, Wuyan is surprisingly calm. That's why I spent so much effort to deal with the aftermath. You don't understand how serious this matter is. Natsuki pointed her lace fan at Wuyan. Do you know how many criminals were locked up in the prison barrier in the past 10 years? Do you know what kind of strength these criminals possess? Do you know how much effort I've put into arresting them? If it's just one or two of them, some of them are even difficult for me to deal with. Some of them were even captured before my real body went into hibernation. Perhaps any one of them would have no chance of winning against you. However, it's not just one of them. It's a whole group of them. Now that you've released them, if something goes wrong, let alone the island, even the outside world will be affected. Natsuki took a deep breath and looked at Wuyan. His expression didn't change at all. Natsuki smiled bitterly. Take it as me begging you to stop. Even if you break the prison barrier and bring me out, I'll have to sleep again sooner or later and build another prison barrier. This is the price I have to pay for making a contract with the demon, and it's a price that can only stop until I die. If you really want to save me from the demon's curse, then there's only one way. Natsuki raised her head and met Wuyan's eyes. She continued, Kill me. Wuyan's wine-red eyes trembled a bit before he laughed. He laughed at himself. I say, aren't you underestimating me? Huh? Natsuki was stunned. I have to say, Natsuki, your suggestion is really stupid. I can't believe you would say something like that. Wuyan sneered as his gaze sharpened. Death, that's the way to escape. Then don't cause so much trouble. Natsuki's tone started to become a little impatient. It's not my first day knowing you. I don't believe you don't know the seriousness of the situation. It's because I know that I'm doing this. His wine-red eyes turned golden under the influence of his emotions. In an instant, Wuyan's strength was exposed to Natsuki's senses. Natsuki's expression changed when she sensed Wuyan's terrifying aura. In your eyes, am I someone who doesn't know the severity of the situation? Wuyan stared at her eyes. He raised his head and stabilized his emotions. I thought of everything you thought of, but I still chose to do this. I naturally have my own solution. Wuyan walked in front of Natsuki and looked at her beautiful face. He suddenly reached out and hugged her. What are you doing? The sudden hug made Natsuki flustered. She struggled with all her might. She didn't even care about the parasol and fan in her hands. She pushed Wuyan's shoulders with both hands. Let go of me. You just need to trust me. Wuyan straightened Natsuki's cheeks. Under her panicked gaze, he lowered his head, and the lips he tasted a few days ago were once again under his control. Woo-woo. Natsuki's body stiffened, and she struggled even harder. However, it was useless. Based on physical strength alone, 100 Natsuki were no match for Wuyan. Wuyan held Natsuki's cheeks with both hands and held her in his arms. He domineeringly used the tip of his tongue to push open Natsuki's pearly white teeth and mercilessly open her mouth. After a while, Wuyan captured her tongue and tangled it with his. Under Wuyan's lead, Natsuki could only helplessly resist. She kept shaking her head in an attempt to break free from Wuyan's control. However, Wuyan seemed to be able to read her mind. Just like last time, he picked her up like a doll and lifted her feet off the ground. Then, he carefully tasted her softness. For some reason, Natsuki felt her strength gradually disappearing. Her struggling slowed down, and she couldn't even summon her mana. She couldn't teleport. This has never happened before. Natsuki was at a loss. In this situation, Wu Yin took advantage of her. After a long time, their lips parted. Looking at Natsuki, who was breathing in large mouthfuls of fresh air, Wu Yin caressed his lips and said with a smile, "I've remembered the taste of your avatar's lips. When I hold your real body in my arms, I'll see what the difference is between the two." You, Natsuki glared at Wu Yin with hatred, but she couldn't do anything about it. Wu Yin rubbed Natsuki's head and whispered into her ear, "I'll have to trouble you to return to the prison barrier for now. We'll be able to meet again soon." After he said that, he didn't give Natsuki a chance to react. A strange mana wave acted on Natsuki's body, and she disappeared. It wasn't teleportation or invisibility. She truly disappeared. He stood up and walked to the window. Looking at the pedestrians walking on the street, Wu Yin closed his eyes. No one knows what he's thinking. Chapter 978. The 4 seasons of Itagami Island are like summer. The weather is usually sunny. Today, the sky above Itagami Island is covered in dark clouds. It's a rare sight. The sky is dark and gloomy. It looks like the calm before a storm. If it weren't for the lack of lightning, people would have thought that Itagami Island would be drowned by the storm today. It should be around 9 o'clock in the morning. It was still daytime, but the dark clouds in the sky had blocked out all the sunlight. Not a single ray of sunlight managed to escape from the dark clouds. The entire Itagami Island was shrouded in darkness. It was as if night had fallen. Logically speaking, in this kind of weather, every household in Itagami Island should have their lights turned on. However, the weather has been like this for 3 to 4 hours already. Not a single household on the island had their lights turned on. Itagami Island was shrouded in darkness. Of course, it's not that the residents of Itagami Island are out of sorts. They don't want to turn on the lights. It's because the original owners of the houses are no longer there. One has to admit that Itagami Island's higher-ups are very efficient. They originally planned to evacuate the residents of the island in a week, but in the end, they only used 3 days to evacuate all the normal citizens and demons. That's 4 days of free time, plus the 3 days they agreed to use to solve the problem. Wu Yin and the others have a week to solve the prison barrier issue. To be more precise, it's not Suki's issue. 1 week for Wu Yin. It's more than enough. In the sky, the dark clouds continued to rumble. It looks very depressing. Even if there's a thunderbolt or a downpour, it wouldn't be strange. That was nothing strange. The wind was raging on the island, making sharp whistling sounds. The atmosphere of a storm was spreading across the entire artificial island. The tallest building on Itagami Island is the Cornerstone Gate. Standing at the top of the Cornerstone Gate, one can see the entire island in its entirety. Wu Yin, Kodori, Yakaina, Koju, and the others are standing at the edge of the gate. If you look closely, you'll notice that Vatler is there as well. Nagisa didn't want to leave, but she didn't want to come with them either. With her phobia of demons, who knows how she would react when she sees Vatler. Plus, the prison barrier is filled with demons. Nagisa isn't a suitable candidate to participate in this operation. To prevent Nagisa from worrying too much, Wu Yin used a hypnotic magic on her. He also put on the mobile church that Nagisa requested to replenish her mana for. With Canon taking care of her, Nagisa should be fine even if the outside world is turned upside down. Koju looked down at the dark Itagami city. He sucked in a breath of cold air. He glanced at Vatler, and he whispered to Wu Yin, "Is it really okay to let this guy participate?" From Koju's expression, Wu Yin could see the reluctance in his eyes. Vatler doesn't know how to hold back when he fights. If something goes wrong, Itagami Island. Koju's worries weren't unfounded. Vatler might seem weak, because Wu Yin easily defeated him, but he's a vampire who is invincible under the true ancestor level. How can he be so easy to deal with? To put it bluntly, Vatler could sink Itagami Island at any time if he wanted to. Wu Yin said that if he doesn't summon his familiar, it'll be hard for him to beat Vatler. The first time he fought Vatler, Wu Yin had to summon his familiar to defeat him. The second time, he caught Vatler off guard and caught him off guard. The third time, he had to borrow the power of the Enchantress Ashenfrost to defeat him. Excluding the abilities of the familiar, the Enchantress Ashenfrost is on the same level as Wu Yan's familiar. Only a primogenitor can control a familiar. Vatler is a Tier 9 fighter. Wu Yan was able to defeat Vatler in the first 3 fights due to their lack of familiarity with each other. If there's a 4th fight, Wu Yan is confident he can defeat Vatler. But it's not going to be as easy as the first 3 fights. Era, Koju, it's rare for me to participate in something so interesting. Can you not take it from me? Vatler closed his eyes and smiled elegantly. Otherwise, even if you're the one I love the most, there's still a chance you'll make me angry. Who's your favorite? Koju shuddered, goosebumps popping up all over his body. Sensei. Yakina came to Wu Yan's side and said worriedly. Sensei's worries are reasonable. Duke Iridiaro's power is too much of a burden for Itagami Island. I'm worried that. Don't worry. Before Yakina could finish, Wu Yan's nonchalant voice came from the crowd. It's not like I've been doing nothing for the past 3 days. I've already set up a barrier around Itagami Island. It's a barrier of the highest level that took me 3 whole days to complete. With a calm expression, Wu Yan confidently smiled. With the protection of the barrier ritual, unless 3 or more primogenitors unleash their strongest vassal beasts at the same time to attack the island won't sink. Of course, I can't guarantee that the buildings will remain intact as well. Wu Yan glanced at everyone before looking down at Itagami Island. So go ahead and cause a ruckus. Koju and Yakina heaved a sigh of relief. Especially Koju. His familiars were extremely dangerous. He had to be careful when he unleashed them. He was worried that he might lose Itagami Island if something went wrong. Wu Yan's words put Koju's mind at ease. He's telling him that he's willing to give it his all to save Natsuki. Even Vatler joined in the laughter. That's great. There's so much fun to be had on this island. We can't just let it sink like that. Vatler looked at Wu Yan as he brushed his golden bangs aside. It's about time to start, right? I'm getting a little impatient. Wu Yan glanced at Vatler, and he didn't answer. He stepped forward, and he arrived at the edge of the cornerstone gate. What should I do then? Vatler licked his lips as he stared at Wu Yan. He had an evil grin on his face. The prison barrier is a secret facility located on Itagami Island. Not even the higher-ups of the island know its exact location. That's why the residents call it an urban legend, because no one knows where it is and no one has seen it with their own eyes. Natsuki is the only one who knows where the prison barrier is. The prison barrier was an imaginary world that Natsuki created by making herself fall into a deep sleep. The person who was imprisoned would not be able to destroy it. The only way to destroy it would be to invade from the outside. Before that, finding the location of the prison barrier formation is an important problem that must be solved. Wu Yan scanned Itagami Island as if he's trying to find the prison barrier with his naked eyes. He didn't turn around, and he opened his mouth. The prison barrier exists in an artificial world created by Itagami Island's dragon vein energy. I don't know the exact location of the prison barrier, but I'm sure it's somewhere on Itagami Island. His wine-red pupils turned slightly, and a golden luster filled his eyes. A monstrous amount of magic power surged out of him, stronger than the wind around him. Since it knows that it's on Itagami Island, and it exists in a distorted alternate world, then if we destroy the entire island, it will have no choice but to reveal itself. Chapter 979. Shatter the entire dimension of Itagami Island. Koju and Yakina were shocked by Wu Yan's words. Even Vatler's expression changed. He narrowed his eyes, and his expression turned serious. Shattering dimension is difficult for normal people. However, for those with great power like Koju and Vatler, as well as attack mages who specialize in space magic, such as Natsuki, it's not difficult. However, shattering the entire dimension of Itagami Island? Forget Koju and Vatler. Even the other 3 peak true ancestors might not be able to do it. Yet Wu Yan boasted that he could shatter the entire dimension of Itagami Island. Standing behind Wu Yan, they looked at the back of Wu Yan, who stood tall in the midst of the raging winds. They didn't say anything. They couldn't say anything. Without giving them a chance to question him, The terrifying magical energy that was surging crazily from his back had already shocked them to the spot. Boom! With a muffled sound, the surrounding gales were replaced by a flow of mana, bringing with it an explosive pressure that swept in all directions and soared into the sky. A whirlpool-like hole was blasted open in the dark sky by the violent flow of mana. Such powerful demonic energy had already surpassed the level of a true ancestor. Koju, Vatler, and Yukina's pupils shrank, their hearts filled with shock. After such a long time, how could Wu Yin, who can cultivate his magic power by himself, not improve at all? When Shi attacked with his full strength, a true ancestor, a vampire who was invincible below the true ancestor level, and a sword wizard from the Lion King organization who had a super powerful weapon that could kill true ancestors became the first people to face him. In their minds, they were filled with shock. Only Kotori. She calmly looked at the scene in front of her. Her ponytails danced wildly in the mana surge. Her lips curled up. She mustered all her mana. Wu Yin closed his eyes and exhaled. He exhaled softly. One of his hands was raised high above his head. Then, his hand was dyed black at a speed visible to the naked eye. The red lines extended upwards and covered his entire arm. It was as if a ghostly hand had reached out from the depths of hell. That's... Koju and Yukina were shocked. Are you going to summon your familiar? Vatler's eyes widened. He recalled the first time he saw Wu Yan's familiar. His eyes were filled with excitement. I can finally see a familiar of that level again. Under the watchful eyes of everyone present, a bloody mist rose from the ghostly arm. The magical energy around his body instantly entwined around it. Soon after, a ball of plasma formed from black electric current emerged from the bloody mist that was entwined with magical energy. I didn't think the first time I summoned you would be under these circumstances. Wu Yan's tone carried a hint of helplessness as he felt the mana flowing out of his body like a broken dam, replenishing the black plasma ball behind him and slowly expanding its mana. Vassal beasts are synonymous with destruction. They don't represent power. They represent extreme destructive power. If a vassal beast doesn't hit its target, it's fine. If a vassal beast hits its target, even if the target is a tier higher than the vassal beasts are even more terrifying. Wu Yan's vassal beasts are even stronger than that. That's why Wu Yan normally doesn't want to summon his familiars. He wants to use them as his trump card. His familiars are his trump card. But now, in order to find a prison barrier, he had no choice but to use his trump card. But I do need your power. His golden eyes turned resolute as he closed his eyes and called out to her. So, I summon you, descend. Black Dragon's lightning trap. As soon as his voice fell, the black plasma ball suspended in the air suddenly swelled and exploded. Kaboom! Amidst the deafening roar, a burst of black lightning descended from the sky and flashed in the surroundings. Amidst the undulation, a black dragon bathed in black lightning appeared. The dragon's body was black with a deep luster. It looked like an ancient dinosaur. It stood on 2 feet, and its shoulders were adorned with steel shoulder pads. They looked like wings made of steel, and they shone with a cold luster. There were armored wings on its back that looked like a fan or a net. It had 3 black claws that looked like a baseball glove. On its back was a spiked tail that looked like a giant cone. It vibrated slowly and made a buzzing sound. A pair of blood-red eyes, the only thing that was different from its body, suddenly opened. The black dragon's lightning trap gently floated up. At the same time, a terrifying aura of destruction shook out from its body, accompanied by extremely terrifying black lightning. At the same time, everyone present saw that in the flickering black thunderbolts, the space was splitting apart bit by bit. Yukina had goosebumps all over her body. She looked at the black dragon lightning trap, and a sense of danger surged in her heart. Yukina was horrified. Is there such a terrifying familiar in this world? That familiar... Vatler stared at the black dragon lightning trap. It's as terrifying as that white guy last time. Are all the 5th primogenitors familiars like this? Space. Koju bit his lip and drank his blood to suppress the blood in his body. The reason for this is because the familiars in his body felt a terrifying presence and wanted to break out of his body to destroy the threat. After expending a lot of effort, Gu Cheng temporarily suppressed the vassal beast in his body. However, his gaze was fixed on the flickering black lightning in front of him. Because he saw the space within the black lightning was shattering bit by bit. That's right, the Black Dragon Lightning Trap's ability is to destroy space. The black lightning doesn't attack an individual, it attacks space itself. With the support of Wu Yan's endless demonic energy, the Black Dragon Lightning Trap soared into the sky and floated under the black sky like the king of the world. Beep, beep, beep. Black lightning jumped around the dragon's body and spread out. Wherever it passed, space was shattered. In an instant, the entire Itagami Island was filled with black lightning. The space around Itagami Island's Garden of Zhou either cracked like a spider web or shattered like glass, leaving only pitch-black holes. The cracks and holes spread out at an unimaginable speed. In an instant, the entire Itagami Island was filled with cracks and holes in space. How terrifying! If anyone touches these cracks and hollows, they'll die without a doubt unless they're strong enough. Fortunately, most of the normal citizens and demons on Itagami Island have left. Only the strong are left. Otherwise, this scene would have brought about an unimaginable disaster. Black lightning flashed crazily under the black sky, destroying the space around Itagami Island. It looked like the end of the world. Still, Wu Yan achieved his goal. Wu Yan observed the space around Itagami Island. At the northern edge of Itagami Island, on the ocean, an island made of rocks slowly appeared. A castle-like building made of rocks stood at the top of the island. That's the prison barrier. It finally appeared. His golden eyes lit up. Wu Yan smiled and cut off the demonic energy in his body. The black lightning and black dragon lightning trap slowly disappeared. The cracked space also returned to normal in the blink of an eye. Other than the island that was flashing with an ominous aura, everything that happened just now was just like a dream. His wine-red eyes turned to Coterie and the others behind him as he said, "Don't worry. The prison barrier has appeared. Let's go." Koju and Yakina looked at each other and nodded stiffly. It was clear that they were still immersed in the terrifying scene that had just taken place in an instant. On the other hand, Vatler looked at Wu Yan with a meaningful look. This fifth true ancestor, who came out of nowhere, might be the most terrifying existence in the world. Who knows? Chapter 980. Under the dark, cloudy sky, a dense, ominous aura was like flowing lava, carrying a temperature that could even distort space. It slowly reverberated from the top to the bottom, accompanied by a shocking sense of oppression, as if it was a poisonous miasma that caused the atmosphere to shake. The source of the ominous aura and miasma was located at the northern edge of Itagami Island. It was a never-before-seen ancient island with a castle-like shrine at its peak. The terrain was steep, and the top of the island was an ancient island that had never been seen before. Currently, the island was like a reflection on the surface of a lake. It was swaying along with the space around it. The small mountain where the Templar's castle was located was connected to Itagami Island by a floating bridge. However, the floating bridge was also swaying. It looked illusory and unstable. It gave people the feeling that they would fall into the water if they were to stand on it. At this moment, the prison barrier is like a mirage. It exists and doesn't exist at the same time. It hasn't fully materialized in this world. After all, the black lightning of the shattered space had only affected it, causing it to reveal its original form under the power of the shattered space. It did not extend its power to this place, nor could it extend its power to this place. Even if the prison barrier was located in an otherworld was still a world and a space. If the black lightning that could crush space struck this place, then the entire prison barrier would be destroyed along with the otherworld that contained it. At that time, Natsu, who was intimately connected to the prison barrier, would be in the prison barrier, will also disappear without a trace. Therefore, the black lightning only affected the space on this side and forced the prison barrier out. As a result, the prison barrier was now moving back and forth between the real world and the otherworld space realm, revealing itself. If this situation continued, sooner or later, the prison barrier would return to the otherworld. Of course, before that, they have to ask who is in charge. Wu Yin and Ko, who were standing at the end of the pontoon bridge, agreed. Vatler looked at the swaying ancient island. He pursed his lips and looked at Wu Yin. It seems that in order to make the prison barrier appear, I have to use a powerful attack to destroy the outer space barrier. Why don't you let me do it? He said. Vatler also released his familiar. It's a glowing blue sea serpent. Although it wasn't Vatler's best familiar beast fusion, he was still a pure-blooded vampire of the old generation who had devoured two elders. With the power of his familiar beast, he was able to destroy the outer barrier of the prison barrier and force it to reveal itself. It's just a matter of time. But if you dare, I will break your limbs and throw you into the sea to feed the fishes. Wu Yan's icy cold voice echoed in everyone's ears when he heard Vatler's kind gesture. The prison barrier was a magic spell created by Natsuki. If the prison barrier was hit by an external force, then Natsuki would also be hit by the force of the attack. With the might of Vatler's familiars, Natsuki wouldn't have been able to kill her, but she wouldn't have had an easy time taking on Vatler's attacks. Vatler shrugged in a regretful manner when he heard Wu Yan's cold voice. The sea serpent behind him slowly disappeared. Although fighting with you is what I hope to do, fighting with the criminals in the prison barrier seems to be more interesting. Vatler, Koju looked at Vatler with disgust. He looked at Vatler as if he was looking at a troublemaker, but Vatler only responded with an ambiguous smile. Koju's heart clenched, and he took 2 steps back. Wu Yin glanced at Vatler and turned to Yakaina. I'm counting on you, Yakaina. Yes. Yakaina nodded seriously, and the frost wolf appeared in her hand and spread out. The frost wolf, with the anti-magic attribute, was the most suitable weapon to cut open the outer layer of the prison barrier. Ding! With the silver spear in hand, Yakaina smashed the end of the spear against the illusory floating bridge. A circle of ripples spread out from the spear in all directions. Everything that was affected by the ripples turned solid in an instant. Yakaina then stabbed the prison barrier with her spear. The illusory and unstable ancient island trembled for a moment before stabilizing and reappearing in this world. The seal of the prison barrier was completely undone, and they returned to this ordinary space. Thus, the crowd saw what happened. In front of them, in the Templar castle at the top of the ancient island in the real world, an entrance without a door was facing them. It was right in front of them, and they could even faintly see the interior of the Templar castle. It was like an empty passage. It could be seen that the interior of the prison barrier was completely hollow. There was only an empty space inside, just like a crack in space. Looking at the gap, Wu Yin could roughly guess the origin of the Witch of the Gap. What is this? A witch who lives in a crack. So she's called the Witch of the Void? Wu Yin shook his head and smiled sarcastically. What a direct and appropriate title. Wu Yin led everyone into the Templar castle. Just like what they saw in the beginning, the interior of the Templar castle is empty. There's only a vast space. The surrounding walls were made of dark stones with a tinge of purple, causing the atmosphere to lean towards gloomy and cold. In this spacious space, there was nothing but stones. There was only a chair placed in the very center of the room. Yes, there's a chair in the empty hall of the Templar castle. It's a luxurious armchair that looks like a throne. Natsuki was sitting on a chair. She was beautiful and young, and her face was like a doll's. She was wearing a black lace dress. If one ignored her petite figure, she would look like a smart and capable queen. What surprised everyone is that, unlike the rumors, Natsuki isn't asleep. Instead, she's staring at them with her starry eyes. When she saw Wu Yin, they could see a hint of anger and helplessness in her beautiful eyes. Natsuki. Wu Yin was surprised to see Natsuki staring at him. Why aren't you asleep? Natsuki raised her head expressionlessly, but her tone was filled with annoyance. If I knew you'd do something so serious, even if I was asleep, I would have been woken up by your anger. Wu Yin awkwardly scratched his face. Koju hurriedly stood up. The vampire teacher is trying to save you, not Suki-chan. Before Gu Chang could finish speaking, Nayu shot him a sharp look. Don't add the word Chan behind the teacher's name. Natsuki got up from her chair, and she walked in front of Wu Yin. She looked at him, and then at Vatler, who was grinning beside him. She snorted. Why is this snake charmer here? I'm sorry. I didn't come uninvited this time. Vatler said with a smile. I received a formal invitation to come. Even if you don't tell me, I know why you're here. Natsuki's tone softened when she met Wu Yan's gaze. She stared at Wu Yan. It's not too late to back out. Looking at Natsuki's beautiful face and eyes, Wu Yan grinned. He shook his head, and he didn't say anything. However, Natsuki couldn't help but feel helpless when she saw the determination in his eyes. Think carefully, this mess isn't that easy to clean up. Wu Yan blinked and asked in confusion. Aren't you going to stop me? Is that so? Is it going to work? Natsuki didn't answer, but Wu Yan laughed. Of course not. With a wave of his hand, the gate of Babylon's crimson space rippled in his palm. Not long after, a strangely shaped dagger with a blade as sharp as lightning appeared in his hand. Koju and Yakaina watched in shock as Wu Yin raised the dagger and stabbed at Natsuki's chest. Chapter 981. No one could have predicted that things would unfold like this in the end. The strangely beautiful dagger seemed to slow down under Nayu's gaze. She could only watch as the sharp dagger stabbed towards her chest. Hesitation appeared in Nayu's eyes. It was obvious that she was considering whether or not she should dodge. But in the end, Natsuki gave up and sighed. She didn't resist and watched as the cold dagger stabbed into her chest. However, to her surprise, the pain that she had imagined did not come. This caused her face to be filled with surprise. Natsuki-chan, Koju, who didn't know what Wu Yin was doing, turned pale with fright. He glared at Wu Yin and rushed forward. You bastard! Wait, senpai! Yakaina came back to her senses and stopped Koju. Looking at Minamiya-sensei, that dagger doesn't look like it will cause any harm. Hearing Yukina's words, Koju looked at Natsuki and saw the surprise on her face. He immediately let out a sigh of relief and started complaining. What the hell is going on? That despicable vampire senpai. Why didn't he explain himself before doing something so misleading? Unlike the noisy Koju and Yakaina, Kotori and Vatler chose to watch from the sidelines. They were curious about what Wu Yin was planning to do to Natsuki. Kotori and Yakaina were also curious. After all, they didn't have to do anything before this. Wu Yin didn't tell her his plan to save Natsuki, and Kotori didn't ask. She only needed to help him from the sidelines. On the other side, Natsuki wasn't as relaxed as Kotori and the others. More accurately, she was burning with anxiety. Natsuki could feel that the magical power she obtained from forming a contract with a demon and the power of the demon incarnation's guardian is disappearing at an uncontrollable speed after she was stabbed by the strange dagger. In other words, her contract with a demon, it's disappearing. This was not a situation that Natsuki could easily deal with. Natsuki thought that Wu Yin would ignore her protests and destroy the prison barrier. He would then imprison her so that she wouldn't return to her dark life. She also thought of freeing herself. Wu Yin would ruthlessly kill her to redeem her. Natsuki didn't expect Wu Yin to have a way to break her contract with a demon. In the past, Natsuki had never even thought of doing something like this, let alone having a practical example. He had never heard of a witch's contract that could be broken. Of course, that's not important now. What's important is that once her contract is broken, she'll lose all her powers and become a normal person. What on earth was that dagger? Nayu's heart shook again and again. Finally, she could not help but speak up. Yin, don't speak. Wu Yin narrowed his eyes. His expression was unexpectedly serious. I've said it before. I've thought about everything you've thought about. Just wait quietly. Seeing Wu Yan's serious expression, Natsuki opened her mouth and hesitated. She didn't intend to speak again. As for Wu Yan, he closed his eyes. Breaking the contract between Natsuki and the demon will turn her into a normal person. Wu Yan knew this. Although this is a way to free Natsuki, Wu Yan knew that with Natsuki's pride, she wouldn't allow herself to become a weak and ordinary girl. Therefore, Wu Yan had to break the contract between Natsuki and the demon at the same time. At the same time, he had to pay the price of breaking the contract and preserve her powers. Wu Yan's idea is very whimsical. Natsuki is making a deal with the demon. The demon isn't a good person. How can he pay a one-sided price? Therefore, Wu Yan decided to use another method. Using the ability of the talisman of 10,000 spells, he did not break the contract between Natsuki and the demon, but instead broke the connection between Natsuki and the demon in the contract, and snatched the contract that should have belonged to the demon. As long as the contract remains intact, Natsuki's powers will be preserved. Without the connection between her and the demon, Natsuki will be fine even if she doesn't pay the price. Instead of breaking the contract, he will break the connection between the two parties. Such a humanized setting did not exist in the talisman of 10,000 laws ability. However, with the endless martial arts' perfect control over his own body, and the knight has never died by his bare hands' absolute control over his treasured artifact, this setting became possible. However, the contract under Wu Yan's control must be supported by Wu Yan's own mana. It's similar to Canon's situation. Because of this, Wu Yan didn't care at all. He lacked everything, but magic power was not one of them. In an instant, under the effects of Talisman Breaker and Knight never died by bare hands, the connection of the contract was successfully broken. Without the support of the demon, the contract fell apart. Wu Yan channeled his magic power into Natsuki through the Talisman of Infinite Arms. His magic power flowed into Natsuki's body through the Talisman of Infinite Arms. He used his magic power to simulate the connection between the two of them and the contract itself. The contract that was about to collapse was connected again and continued to function perfectly. What's different is that this time, the one connected to Natsuki through the contract was no longer the demon, but Wu Yan, who was close by. Natsuki was stunned when she felt the faint binding disappear. Once a demoness signed a contract with a demon and obtained the power of a demon, then the price she had to pay for the contract would be controlled by the demon. It would forcefully bind the user and make the user comply with the contents of the contract and carry out the price she had to pay. But now, in Natsuki's senses, the demon that was constantly restraining her seemed to have disappeared. It was kind, and no longer used the power of the contract to control her. Am I free just like that? While Natsuki was confused, Wu Yan exhaled heavily and pulled the dagger out of Natsuki's chest. Vaguely, a faint connection fluctuated between his and Natsuki's minds. Sensing the faint connection, Wu Yan and Natsuki looked at each other. One smiled, the other smiled bitterly. How did you do it? Wu Yan was about to answer Natsuki's question when, bang! The Templar castle trembled violently, causing everyone's expression to change at the same time. The dark and majestic Templar castle trembled as if it was hit by an earthquake. The walls groaned as if they couldn't bear the weight and started cracking inch by inch. The prison barrier was created by Natsuki's dream. Now that Natsuki had woken up, the prison barrier was naturally in an extremely unstable state. Adding on the fact that the contract in Natsuki's body had been broken for a brief moment, Natsuki had lost her power for a brief moment. The prison barrier could no longer be maintained. The Templar castle collapsed. The stone walls collapsed like an avalanche. The ground shook violently. Broken pieces of stone smashed into the ground, creating a thick cloud of dust that enveloped the entire area. Not long after, the entire Templar castle collapsed into ruins. Not far from the ruins, ripples of space appeared. Wu Yan, Natsuki, Kotori, Yakaina, and Koju appeared out of thin air. At the same time, a golden mist appeared and condensed into Vatler's figure. The prison barrier has collapsed. Koju and Yakaina stared blankly at the ruins of the Templar castle. They still haven't recovered from the shock. Just as everyone's attention was focused on the ruins before them, another spatial ripple suddenly appeared. Not good. Natsuki, who was the first to react, seemed to have thought of something. Her expression changed drastically as she turned her head around. Almost at the same time, a woman with long hair that reached her feet, wearing a gorgeous kimono, appeared behind Natsuki. She held a thick book in one hand, while her other hand shot out and caught Natsuki off guard. Natsuki's hand landed on Natsuki's back, and a sinister smile appeared on her face. A sense of danger rose in Natsuki's heart. Chapter 982. Natsuki-chan, Minamiya-sensei. When everyone came back to their senses and realized what had happened and reacted, the thick book in the woman's hand also emitted a dazzling flash. Bees, bang! The dazzling light instantly enveloped everyone present, including the woman in luxurious clothes. It spread to the surroundings at an extremely fast speed and filled the entire top of the ancient island. It was like a lighthouse in the dark night, flashing brilliance at the same time as if announcing the return of something. Amidst the flash of light, a series of clamorous voices echoed. Those were the screams of people who were unable to adapt to the sudden situation. But not long after, the clamor was drowned out by a muffled sound. Shortly after, a slender figure emerged from the dazzling flash of light and stood on top of the ruins of the Templar castle. It's the woman with long hair holding the book in her hand. Looking at the light in front of her rapidly dimming, revealing the figures of the group of people inside, the long-haired woman in luxurious clothes glanced at the thick book in her hand. Her pretty face slightly changed, and then her expression sank. Did we fail? The brilliance engulfing Wu Yan's group disappeared. Everyone was shocked. Koju and Yakina were still in shock. Kotori also put down her book to shield herself. Vatler covered his eyes with his hands to block the flash of light and smiled as if it had nothing to do with him. Natsuki looked like she's still in shock. Wu Yin is standing beside her. The talisman breaker is already in his hand. Natsuki didn't notice when he stabbed the talisman back into her shoulder. Seeing this scene, the well-dressed woman standing at the top of the ruins of the Templar castle immediately understood the reason. What caused my calculation to fail? Natsuki-chan, Minamiya-sensei. Koju and Yakina ran to Natsuki's side. Are you all right? Natsuki shook her head. She glanced at Wu Yin, who put away the talisman. Then, she shifted her gaze to the top of the Templar castle. Her pretty face turned solemn. It's you? Yu-chan. It's been a long time since we last met, Natsuki. A joyful smile appeared on the face of the woman named Yi. Koju, Yakina, and the others saw it. However, it was exceptionally chilling. I didn't expect that the prison barrier would be released under such circumstances. This is truly out of my expectations. Natsuki took a deep breath. Her face tensed up. She took a few steps forward. But from the looks of it, you don't seem to be surprised at all. That's right. You've been planning to escape from the prison barrier for quite some time now, yes. Yi admitted it without any hesitation. I did have a plan, but now. Looking around at the Templar castle that had turned into ruins, Yi chuckled. There's no need for that now. Nayu clicked her tongue and looked away from Yi. She turned to look at the book in her hand. That's a grimoire? Did you notice? The smile on Aye's face suddenly faded, and a trace of anger could be seen in her eyes. It was anger at something that had not been completed. Natsuki, who witnessed this scene, carefully observed the grimoire and seemed to have understood something. Number 014 foot. Is it a grimoire that has a built-in accumulation of time? I see. You wanted to use it to steal my time, right? Steal time. Hearing Natsuki's words, everyone looked at Aya. Vatler glanced at the grimoire, named number 014, and chuckled. That grimoire has the ability to steal other people's accumulated time. It can turn their knowledge, experience, and abilities into its own. Vatler looked at Wu Yin gloatingly. But it seems like her wishful thinking has been ruined because of you. At this point, everyone roughly understood what had happened. To put it simply, The moment the prison barrier was released, this woman called a Yi plan to use the grimoire to steal Natsuki's time. This way, not only would she be able to obtain all of Natsuki's memories and abilities, she would also be able to completely weaken Natsuki, who originally possessed great strength. It was as Vatler said, it was a wishful thinking. Unfortunately, when Natsuki's time was about to be taken away, Wu Yin used the power of the dagger to nullify the effect of the grimoire on Natsuki. No one knew what the ability of the talisman of 10,000 Lawsbreaker was, but they guessed that this was probably what had happened. That was the truth. Although the talisman of 10,000 laws was truly powerful because it could break all kinds of contracts, it also had the effect of breaking magic. After all, it was a treasured artifact that was specially used against magic. Yichan closed her eyes. When she opened them again, there weren't many ripples. I'm just taking back what was originally taken away from me. Natsuki's eyes trembled. She knew what Yichan was talking about. A noble from the warlord's domain. Aya didn't pay any more attention to Natsuki and turned to Vatler. Are you going to side with Natsuki? Yes. For the time being, that is indeed the case. Vatler revealed a cruel smile. He turned his head and looked behind a Yi. After all, it seems to be very interesting to fight with you prisoners of the prison barrier formation. They followed Vatler's line of sight, and only then did they notice. Behind Yichan, who was at the top of the Templar castle, there were many figures standing there. There were at least 100 of them. We're out. We're out. Ha ha ha. We're finally out of that damn prison barrier. We're free. We're finally free. We're free. We're free. Laughter filled with endless ecstasy reverberated crazily like thunder in a short moment, accompanied by waves of terrifying aura emitted from the owner of the voice. The prisoners of the prison barrier. Ever since the prison barrier was built, they've accumulated a large number of powerful prisoners over the past 10 years. At this moment, all of them had escaped from the prison barrier formation. Looking at the densely packed figures, every one of them emitting an evil aura, everyone's expression changed. Nayu's expression was grave. This is the worst situation. Unlike Natsuki, Vatler was trembling all over. That was the trembling of extreme excitement. Great. This is great. Vatler couldn't suppress the extreme joy he felt from the bottom of his heart when he imagined the scene of his massacre. An earth-shattering wave of magic energy surged from his body. Sensing the terrifying magic fluctuation, the prisoners of the prison barrier also reacted from their ecstasy. That's Duke Rudiaro from the warlord's domain. Some of the prisoners who recognized Vatler cried out in surprise. At the same time, they also saw Natsuki standing below them. Their surprise turned into fear. The Witch of the Void. Run. The prisoners here were all captured by Nayu, so they naturally knew how terrifying Nayu was. Without any hesitation, the 100 or so criminals scattered in all directions. It didn't take long for all of them to reach Itagami Island. Natsuki's expression changed when she saw this. She wanted to do something, but Wu Yin stopped her. Don't worry. Wu Yin looked at the top of the ruins without even looking at the escaping prisoners. None of you will be able to escape from Itagami Island. Natsuki stared at Wu Yin for a while before nodding. Ai looked down at Nayu from above and said, Don't worry. I'm not going to let you go. I hope you can take good care of the things I left with you. I will come back for them sooner or later. After saying that, Aye's body flashed with the light of space manipulation magic, and he disappeared from where he was standing. Only Wu Yin and the others are left. Chapter 983. Hugh. The dark clouds in the sky gave off an oppressive feeling, as if telling people that a bloody storm was coming. The wind blew past the ruins of the Templar castle on the ancient island, blowing up clouds of dust. Looking at the prison barrier that had completely turned into history, Natsuki couldn't describe her current feelings. Was it the joy of being free from the demon's shackles? Yes. Was it the sadness of the place that she had protected for 10 years? That too. All sorts of emotions intertwined together, making Natsuki's mood extremely complicated. She could only suppress the complicated emotions in her heart and stand in front of Wu Yan, meeting his gaze. Natsuki stared at Wu Yan's face. Her doll-like face wavered slightly. She had a lot of things she wanted to say, but they all turned into a single sentence that she wanted to say to put up a brave front. This time, you have to be responsible for cleaning up the mess. Hearing this, Wu Yan shook his head with a smile. He squatted down so that his gaze was at the same level as Natsuki's and started teasing her. I told you not to worry, whether it's for the mess or for you. I will be responsible for it. Be serious. Natsuki raised her brows slightly, as if she was scolding Wu Yan. But if one looked closely, one could see that in her bright eyes, there was a trace of panic that couldn't be concealed. If she didn't tell herself not to show weakness, Natsuki wouldn't have dared to look at Wu Yan's eyes that seemed like they could eat people. In order to change the topic, Natsuki could only pretend to be serious. What do you plan to do with the escaped criminals? Just like how the criminals knew how terrifying Natsuki was after being captured by her, Natsuki, who had captured the criminals once, knew how dangerous they were. With Natsuki's strength, naturally, she didn't need to be afraid of the criminals that she had captured before. Although some of the criminals were captured before Natsuki's main body fell asleep, the current Natsuki was no longer the Natsuki of the past. Since her main body was sleeping in the prison barrier, Natsuki could only project all her power into a physical avatar. They were active on Itagami Island. Because the main body was almost inactive, Nayu could also invest all of her power into her clone without worry, allowing her to possess strength that was not inferior to her main body. But in the end, a clone was still a clone. Even if the main body didn't use its power and poured all its power into the doppelganger, there would still be a portion of power that the doppelganger couldn't use. That was the guardian that belonged exclusively to the Demoness. Guardians were as important to witches as familiars were to vampires. Only by using the guardian could Natsuki fully utilize her strength as a Tier 9 demon. Her current strength was no weaker than Vatler's. There was a price to pay for forming a contract with a demon, but the greater the price, the greater the power one would obtain. Natsuki's price was to sleep in her own dream for the rest of her life, guarding the prison barrier until she died. This price was not small, and the power she obtained was naturally greater than that of an ordinary witch. Plus, she had a decade of experience dealing with demons. Even Vatler did not dare to say that he could definitely win against Nayu. This could be seen from the battle intent in his eyes when he looked at Nayu. If Natsuki hadn't received Vatler's acknowledgement, she wouldn't have shown it. Wu Yan stopped teasing Natsuki when they started talking about serious matters. He stood up and looked towards the direction of Itagami Island. I've set up a high-level barrier ritual on Itagami Island. On one hand, it will protect the island so that it won't be burdened by too much energy. On the other hand, it will prevent the criminals from escaping the island. Even though I can only maintain such a powerful formation for 5 days, at the very least, we don't have to worry about anything happening to Itagami Island for the time being. Those criminals won't be able to escape either. Natsuki, Yakaina, and Koju breathed a sigh of relief. What they feared the most was the criminals escaping from Itagami Island. If that happened, it would be like releasing a tiger back into the mountains. In other words, within 5 days, we have to capture all the criminals again, right? Natsuki pondered for a moment and frowned. Will that be fine? There are some unusual ones among the criminals. For example, Yi. She's a witch like me. She specializes in spatial magic. Will your barrier be able to stop her? Stop her. It won't be a problem to restrain her. Wu Yan waved his hand calmly. We just have to think about how to capture all of them within 5 days. 5 days, huh? Koju sighed and clenched his fists. There's so many criminals. Can we really capture them all in 5 days? But, Yakaina tightened her grip on her frost wolf. We have no choice but to do it. We can't just leave them be. Don't worry. Vatler, who was standing alone at the side, shrugged and gave a seemingly kind smile. I will help you. Vatler. Koju's gaze sharpened as he looked at Vatler. Let's make this clear. You can't kill them, or else... Oh, Vatler raised an eyebrow and smiled. Since it's your request, I won't reject it. Let's leave them alive. You bastard. Vatler turned to face Wu Yan, his eyes gleaming with eagerness. Well then, let's end the show here. It's time for me to start my hunting trip. Wu Yan glanced at Vatler. We only have 5 days. I'll give you 4 days to have fun. After 4 days, send all the people you've caught to me. After that, even if you want to play, I won't give you another chance. For days, huh? Vatler laughed menacingly. That's enough. With that, Vatler's entire body turned into a golden mist and disappeared on the spot. Hey, are you sure? Koju was still worried about Vatler. Let's use as much power as we can. Kotori answered Koju. We don't have enough time. Yakina nodded and looked at everyone. What should we do now? All of Itagami Island's residents have been evacuated. The only ones left are the strong attackers and demons. Kotori glanced at the island before turning to Wu Yan. We don't have to worry about the island with the barrier protecting it. What we should do now is to capture the criminals and deal with them. Everyone nodded. The reason why these criminals were imprisoned in the prison barrier was because their crimes were too serious. On the other hand, they were too powerful compared to others. Ordinary prisons couldn't hold them. Now that the prison barrier had disappeared, if they wanted to imprison these vicious criminals, they had to find something that could replace the prison barrier. Is there a way to do that? Kotori asked Wu Yan. A prison that can replace the prison barrier. Everyone looked at Wu Yan. Looking at everyone's eyes, Wu Yan's lips curved into a grin. Everyone understood Wu Yan's answer when they saw Wu Yan's expression. Only Natsuki still had a trace of doubt on her face. The prison barrier was a magic barrier controlled by Nayu herself. It was Nayu's dreamscape. Because all the criminals existed in Nayu's dreamscape, even Yi, who had the ability to control space, could not escape. Natsuki doesn't believe there is a substitute that can rival the prison barrier. But since Wu Yan said so, and this is the only way left, Natsuki can only stay silent. Suddenly, Natsuki's expression changed, and she attracted everyone's attention. Before anyone could ask, an ominous black aura suddenly rose from Nayu's body and enveloped her. Wu Yan, Kotori, Yakina, and Koju were shocked. Chapter 984. Itagami Island. Under the dark sky, the streets of Itagami Island looked deserted due to the evacuation of the residents. Strong winds blew through the streets. Litter and trash were blown all over the place. Combined with the gloomy weather and the undamaged buildings, Itagami Island looked like an abandoned ghost town. Just walking on the streets would make one's heart palpitate. Fortunately, with the evacuation of the residents, the only ones walking on the streets are the powerful attack mages and demons. For them, this kind of environment isn't enough to make their hearts palpitate. Of course, other than the attack mages and demons who aren't under the control of Itagami Island, other organizations that belong to Itagami Island didn't evacuate either. For example, the management of the artificial island and the security force of Itagami Island. After all, Itagami Island still belongs to them. Even if the residents and demons evacuate, they can't leave. Otherwise, if their territory turns into an empty city, who's going to take care of it? Lion King Organization had Itagami Island's management announce that the residents and demons are evacuating because of the mutation of the dragon vein. They need to conduct a thorough investigation. This might fool some people, but it won't fool the people in charge of Itagami Island. They don't know why the management of Itagami Island agreed to Lion King Organization's suggestion, even though they knew there was no such thing. However, that was no longer something they could control. What they needed to do was to play their part and do their jobs well. Therefore, they didn't know what they were going to face next on the dead silent Itagami Island, inside the management of the artificial island. There are many machines here that are among the best in the world. They are arranged neatly, coupled with the many screens. It looks like a computer room in an internet cafe. However, compared to a normal internet cafe, this place is much more advanced. No doubt, it's much more advanced. In front of all the machines, There's also a large screen. On the big screen, there's a list of projects. These projects were the work that the staff here had to complete every day. Suddenly, buzz, 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 buzz. On the screen, one by one, the warning signs began to flash wildly, shocking all the staff here. Captain, abnormal magic power detected in the Western region, and it's very powerful. Captain, abnormal magic power was also detected in the Eastern region. There are at least 10 of them. Captain, abnormal mana clusters have appeared in the Southern region. Captain, the Northern region is also in the studio. The people who were working in an orderly manner just now were in a mess in an instant. Alarms were flashing wildly in the whole studio. Looking at the numerous alarms on the big screen and the reports from his subordinates, the captain's face changed dramatically. What's going on? Why were there suddenly so many abnormal magic alarms? And they're all so powerful. Captain, the edge of Itagami Island is damaged. Captain, I'm also. Captain, the anxious shouts of his subordinates finally woke up the captain from his shock. Knowing that it was not the time to be in a daze, the captain immediately issued an order. Inform the Special Administrative Region Garrison to meet the attack. Yes, sir. At the same time, at the edge of Itagami Island, bang, 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 bang. Powerful shockwaves accompanied by sonic booms charged towards the ocean outside Itagami Island. It looked like the shockwaves are going to pierce through the ocean like a hot knife through butter. However, just as the shockwaves were about to reach the edge of Itagami Island, a glowing glass-like barrier appeared out of thin air. The shockwaves landed on the barrier, causing a series of muffled explosions and ripples on the barrier surface. However, the barrier was not damaged in the slightest. In a burst of fluorescent light, it once again disappeared into the void. Damn it! What the hell is that? Why is it so hard? Who the hell set up this barrier? Did Itagami Island have a barrier like this in the past? After a series of angry shouts, the source of the shockwaves became clear. It's the convicts who escaped from the prison barrier. It's obvious that they were planning to leave Itagami Island, but the barrier in front of them is blocking their way. Even with a dozen of them working together, they couldn't break through the barrier. It's obvious how high level this barrier is. Clap, 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 clap. Just as the criminals were about to execute another round of concentrated fire, a rhythmic clap slowly sounded, accompanied by a series of footsteps and a voice. As expected of the convict from the prison barrier, they're much stronger than the average person. The dozen or so prison barrier criminals were shocked, because out of so many of them, almost none of them had noticed that someone was approaching. Abruptly, they all turned their heads to look behind them. What they saw was an exceptionally dazzling figure in a white suit in the dark. It's Vatler, Duke Iridiaro, the noble from Warlord's territory. It's him. Seeing that it was Vatler, the faces of all the criminals changed. Vatler had a bright smile on his face as he looked at the convicts. Then, he looked at the void at the edge of Itagami Island and clicked his tongue in wonder. That was the barrier ritual left on the island, right? What an amazing technique. Even I didn't notice its existence before it was attacked. I heard that it requires 3 primogenitors to work together to break it. I really want to see how hard it is. 3 primogenitors working together to break it. The convicts were stunned. If it really requires 3 primogenitors to work together to break it, what's the point of attacking here? They didn't believe that all of them together could match one true ancestor, let alone 3. Oh, I think I said something I shouldn't have. Vatler shook his head as if he had just realized something. Then, he grinned evilly. But it doesn't matter. All of you will have to leave here. Following Vatler's words, a shocking amount of mana surged, illuminating Vatler's smirking face. Don't worry, someone told me not to kill you. I will leave you with one last breath. As soon as he finished speaking, a gigantic snake with blades coiled around its body opened its ferocious mouth as if it could swallow the sky and charge towards the criminals. No. Stop. I surrender. Help, ha ha. Vatler's maniacal laughter echoed in the night like an echo. On the other side, what's going on? Unlike the convicts who were trying to escape Itagami Island, the ones who wanted to wreak havoc on Itagami Island didn't see a single person after walking around the city. They were both furious and surprised. Is Itagami Island abandoned? Impossible. This is the Demon Special District. It's blessed by the Dragon Vein. Who would abandon this place? Then why isn't there anyone here? Who knows, damn it. After being locked up in the prison barrier for so many years, I still want to find a few people to vent my anger on. Does that mean there's no one at the Cornerstone Gate? Yeah, that's right. At the very least, the Special Administrative Region Police Force must be guarding there. Then, if we go there, I'm sure we'll have some fun there. Let's go. The convicts seem to have formed an alliance. They're heading towards the Cornerstone Gate to cause trouble for the guards. However, before they could take a step forward, they noticed a figure is standing in front of them. My apologies. Seeing that the criminals were stunned by his appearance, Gucheng unzipped his jacket and his eyes turned red. From now on, this is my war. Amidst the angry roar, golden lightning exploded and condensed into the shape of a giant lion, violently rushing over. Come at me. Lion's gold. Roar. Chapter 985. Pew 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 pew, I'll kill them. Stop them. Bang bang bang. Kaboom. On Itagami Island, gunshots, roars, screams, and shouts filled the streets. The entire island was filled with smoke and fire. That's the sound of the prison barrier's criminals clashing with Itagami Island's security guards. Even though Koju and Vatler managed to capture most of the criminals from the prison barrier, there are still a lot of criminals left. With Itagami Island's special status as a special demon territory, there will never be a lack of people with evil intentions. Wu Yin has only been in this world for a month, and he already encountered the Black Death Emperor faction who wanted to start a war with Nalakuvula. There's also Kinsei Kinase who wanted to create fake angels and other sorcerer puppets who wanted to use them to make money. Even if these people hadn't reached the point where they needed to be locked up in the prison barrier, one of them needed to be personally judged by the Battle King's domain, and the other one still had some value. Otherwise, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to lock them up in the prison barrier after calculating their crimes. Think about it. There are 2 such cases in a month. That's 10 years after the prison barrier was completed. Even if there are only 10 of them in a year, there will be 100 of them in 10 years. Don't think that 100 people was a small number. These 100 people weren't ordinary humans or demons. Instead, they were all powerful figures who had once caused terrifying magical crimes. Even if they were captured, there was no way to deal with them, which was why they were locked up in the prison barrier. How terrifying would it be if there were more than 100 of them? One can only imagine. If it weren't for the fact that the criminals were vampires of the 4th and 1st primogenitors, they wouldn't have been able to do it. If they want to take down these criminals on Itagami Island, at the very least, they have to do it on the island. Not many people have the ability to do so. The same goes for the security guards. They're just a bunch of normal people who are equipped to fight demons. None of them know how to fight demons. Otherwise, they wouldn't be members of the Special Administrative Region's garrison. They would be official attack magic officers, and it would be up to them to deal with such a group of criminals. That would be terrible. Luckily, the advanced equipment they have is enough to hold them off. Koju and Vatler have been running around Itagami Island as firefighters. Of course, Vatler only wants to hunt. Saving the guards is just a bonus. Koju, on the other hand, is going to save anyone he sees. He's just short of donning a Superman costume. Other than that, the attack mages and demons on Itagami Island also started fighting with the criminals. In an instant, the entire island turned into a battlefield. Aya stood at the top of the Cornerstone Gate, looking down at the chaotic Itagami city. Her fiery eyes didn't waver in the slightest. Ayi was a witch who was proficient in space manipulation magic. She was the same type of existence as Natsuki. Even if she wasn't the strongest among all the prison barrier criminals, there was no one who could do anything to her. If Ayi were to join the battle, then forget the guards. Itagami Island's attack mages and demons. Even Koju, a half-baked primogenitor, might not be able to defeat her. However, not only did she not join the battle, she didn't even think about leaving Itagami Island. After all, what she really wanted was the item that was in Natsuki's possession. Also, it's not like Aya didn't try to break through the barrier on Itagami Island. Unfortunately, even with her space manipulation sorcerer skills, she can't escape from the barrier. Aya knows that Natsuki doesn't have the ability to set up a barrier that can trap all the criminals. The person who set up this barrier is someone else. Someone who is on the same side as Natsuki. This made Aya wary. She didn't dare to go up to them directly. She could only wait here for an opportunity. Of course, Aya isn't the only one waiting for an opportunity. If one looked carefully, they would find that there were 4 people behind a Yi. They didn't know when they had gathered. One of them is a burly man in armor. One is an old man in a llama costume. One is a delinquent with a pirate hairstyle, and one is a woman in a revealing dress that gives off the scent of a prostitute. All 4 of them were criminals from the prison barrier domain. Moreover, they were all evil powerhouses whose strength far surpassed those ordinary criminals and could be compared to a Yi. As if he didn't notice their arrival until now, a Yi turned his head and glanced at them. So, it's only the 4 of you? I guess so. The one who answered Aya was the frivolous woman. She put one hand on her waist and looked up at the dark sky. She laughed mockingly. The others are still immersed in the joy of escaping from the prison barrier. They haven't fully understood that they've just escaped from a small cage to a larger prison. Indeed, just like the frivolous woman said, Itagami Island is nothing more than a giant prison with a barrier around it. They couldn't really be considered to have escaped. TSK. Bastard. To think I was so happy about escaping from that damned place. The delinquent spat on the ground, his face filled with displeasure. Don't let me find out who made that tortoise shell, or I'll tear them in half. Then, the witch secretary of the library, Shindu Muayi, the burly man in armor spoke. What's the matter? Why did you call us here? It better be something useful. The delinquent laughed cruelly. Otherwise, I'm in a bad mood right now. I didn't even look at the delinquent's threat. She spoke calmly. I called you here because I want to work with you. Work with you? The 4 were stunned. That's right. Aya nodded and looked down at the war-torn Itagami Island. You don't have a way to escape from this island, right? You mean, the old man in llama costume spoke with a hoarse voice. You want us to work together to break that barrier? Aya shook her head and said emotionlessly, if that barrier can trap all of us, even if the 5 of us work together, we won't be able to break it. I want to work with you because of Natsuki, the Witch of the Void. The 4 criminals fell silent. To them who were once prisoners of the prison barrier, Natsuki Nangong was a name that made their hearts palpitate. This time, the people who released us from the prison barrier were from Natsuki's side. They seemed to want to save Natsuki, who was cursed by the devil. Ye's tone was a little complicated when he said this. Don't you think it's strange? They clearly know that once the prison barrier is released, all of us criminals will escape, but the people around Natsuki still did it. I think I know what you're trying to say. The frivolous woman smiled seductively. Her eyes were red. The barrier around Itagami Island was set up by the Witch of the Void, right? I see. The delinquent sneered. So you're saying that you're planning to gather us together to find that Asterisk-starred witch and get even with the person who set up the bounded domain and break it. That's a good idea. The burly man and the old man in llama costume nodded. When they were freed from the prison barrier, they didn't expect to be trapped on Itagami Island again. That's why when they saw Natsuki and Vatler together, they didn't cause any trouble and just left. After all, the prison barrier had been broken, and they were now free. Going up against the Witch of the Void in her true form was undoubtedly a very foolish thing to do. They didn't expect that they didn't regain their freedom. Perhaps they wouldn't dare to go against Natsuki on their own. But the 5 of them weren't ordinary people. If they worked together, they would have some confidence in defeating her. But isn't the battle maniac from Warlord's domain on their side? The frivolous woman asked Aya. Plus, the Witch of the Void, don't worry. Aya chuckled and took out a grimoire from his arms. Number 014 was written on the cover. Natsuki is no longer a threat. Chapter 986. Itagami Island, Southern Residential Area. In the living room, Wu Yin and Kotori sat side by side. They looked at the petite and pretty girl sitting across from them. They had weird looks on their faces, but their eyes were full of smiles. Kanon and Nagisa are also sitting side by side. They're also looking at the petite and pretty girl. Unlike Wu Yin and Kotori, they are blushing. They're looking at the little girl with sparkling eyes. If you listen carefully, you will notice that Nagisa is muttering the words "so cute." Indeed, the little girl is very cute. Or more accurately, she is super cute. She was wearing a brand new children's dress that seemed to have just been bought. Judging from her appearance, she was not even 10 years old. However, her black hair was extremely long, reaching below her waist. There were even tornado-like curls on her hair, coupled with her beautiful face that was as delicate as a doll's. Even though her appearance was still very young, her charm was already beginning to show. If this little girl walks on the streets, she will be treated as a painstakingly crafted doll. She will be swarmed by a group of uncles and aunties. Unfortunately, that incomparably adorable little face was currently filled with deep dissatisfaction. Can you stop before going too far? The little girl's tender and childish voice carried a trace of dissatisfaction as it was vented out from her mouth. Haven't you gotten tired of looking at me? Wu Yin, Kotori, Kanon, and Nagisa shook their heads without hesitation. Nagisa even cupped her face. She cried out like she found the little girl cute. How can we get tired of looking at her? She is too cute. I will never get tired of looking at her. Kanon nodded repeatedly. Even her saint-like face was slightly flushed. She is really cute, Namiya-sensei. That's right. This little girl, who looks less than 10 years old, is Natsuki Minamiya herself. Natsuki already has the appearance of a young girl. Now, she is several years younger. Other than her appearance, there is no change. Her height had decreased by quite a bit, and her voice had become much softer. Even the inexplicable majesty that had been hovering around her had completely transformed into cuteness. It could be said that if one ignored her tone and appearance, the current Natsuki was nowhere near her former self. It was also because of this. That was why Wu Yin and Kotori were acting like this. When they thought about how the dignified Natsuki had turned into a little girl who only knew how to act cute, they had the urge to laugh. They couldn't stop themselves from laughing. Of course, Natsuki herself was very dissatisfied. Wasn't it just that he looked a little younger? It's not that different from before, right? Natsuki originally had the appearance of a young girl, but now she had become even smaller. Natsuki felt that there shouldn't be much of a difference. What he didn't know was that the biggest change wasn't in his appearance, but in his temperament. The words spoken by that delicate voice had completely destroyed her image. That was why Kanon and Nagisa were behaving like this. Fortunately, Yakana had been asked by Wu Yin. She went out to prepare the necessities for the new prison barrier ritual. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to remain calm. Seeing Natsuki's increasingly dissatisfied expression, Wu Yin coughed and suppressed the laughter in his heart. He pretended to be serious. Then, according to what you said, in the end, Sindamao, a ye still took away your time? Natsuki snorted and then sighed. After all, it was a curse that originated from the grimoire. Even if you reacted in time to stop it, you were still one step too late and only managed to preserve my memories. In other words, rubbing his chin, Wu Yin said thoughtfully, has all of your power been taken away? Not all of them. Natsuki nodded and glanced at Kanon. It's all thanks to your student. I have more or less stored some magic power and retained some strength. At this point, Natsuki looked at Kanon with a hint of surprise in her eyes. As a witch, Natsuki is well aware of the power of the grimoire. For example, if a witch who could only match a vampire of the younger generation could obtain the help of a grimoire, her strength would instantly soar to the level of an old generation vampire. Number 014, who is able to control the accumulated time, was even more powerful. However, just now, Natsuki, who lost all of her power and only retained her memories, managed to recover a little of her power with Kanen's help. It's just a little, but in Natsuki's eyes, this normal middle school girl who only has extraordinary psychic abilities has become something else. Kanen smiled shyly under Natsuki's astonished gaze. She said regretfully, "But Minamiya-sensei hasn't recovered to her original state. As one of the holy angels, Kanen didn't have any combat power, but she had unimaginable healing and purification abilities. The power that took away Natsuki's time was a curse. With Kanen's purifying ability, she should have been able to dispel it. However, Natsuki's power had long been taken away and no longer existed in her body. Therefore, even Kanen couldn't take back the power that belonged to Natsuki from number 014 from a distance. Therefore, Kanen could only expel the curse from Natsuki's body so that Natsuki, who had lost her power, could use her own ability to replenish her mana. Don't worry. Natsuki couldn't bear to see her student's dejected expression and smiled nonchalantly. Although I lost my power, I still have my memories. Ai-chan's main goal is to obtain my memories. With her personality, she will come looking for me sooner or later. When that time comes, I'll just take back my power." Wu Yin recalled that there is such a thing, and he asked her about it in a puzzled manner. "By the way, Shindu Mu Ai-chan said she left something with you. What is it?" Wu Yin's question caused Natsuki to lower her head. She lowered her head and spoke in a low voice. "What Yi wants isn't my memories, but a grimoire called the Dark Oath Book." Dark Oath Scroll? Wu Yin and Kotori looked at each other. They didn't say anything and looked at Natsuki. Natsuki glanced at them and her expression froze. "It's a very dangerous grimoire. It has the power to change the world." "You said, change the world?" Wu Yin and Kotori, even Kanen and Nagisa looked at each other. "A grimoire that can change the world? Is there such a grimoire?" "Don't doubt it." Natsuki sighed again. "It's because it has such power that I burned it 10 years ago." Wu Yin and Kotori understood what's going on. Because the original copy of the Dark Oath Scroll was burned, Shindu Mu Ai-chan wanted to steal your memories to find the records of the Dark Oath Scroll? "I'm afraid so." Natsuki closed her eyes. Ai-chan is known as the Witch of the Secretary. If she's the one, she should be able to recreate the Dark Oath Scroll from my memories. From Nayu's tone, everyone could clearly hear the sadness in her voice. This caused everyone to lower their heads and fall silent. It's hard to believe, but Shindu Mu Ai-chan, the person who schemed against Natsuki, was Natsuki's good friend 10 years ago. Going against her good friend's path of hostility. Let's not talk about Immortal City Mu, a yes situation for now, but Natsuki's heart is definitely not feeling good. Natsuki's delicate face didn't show any expression, but Wu Yin could sense the complex emotions in her heart. He slapped his own cheeks. "All right, no matter what Shindu Mu Ai-chan's goal is, since she came looking for us, we'll just have to wait patiently." Rolling his eyes, Wu Yin suddenly moved his head closer to Natsuki. He blinked his eyes, and he grinned. "Before that, do you want to take a shower with me?" Chapter 987. Huh. Natsuki was stunned. Wash, wash, wash. Nagisa's face stiffened and slowly turned red. Even Kanen looked at Wu Yin in disbelief. She couldn't believe that Wu Yin said those words. Only Kotori smiled bitterly. It's a pity that Wu Yin did say those words himself. "Yeah." Wu Yin crossed his arms in front of his chest, and he continued in a matter-of-fact manner. "Didn't you sleep in the prison barrier for 10 years? That means you haven't bathed in 10 years, right?" Natsuki almost fainted from anger when she heard Wu Yin. She frowned, and her eyes were filled with killing intent. "Don't slander me so casually. I'm not as dirty as you think." "But it's the truth." Wu Yin pursed his lips and looked at Kanen and Nagisa. "Kanen, Nagisa, do you think so as well? It wasn't just a day or two, it was 10 years. Kanen and Nagisa looked at each other in dismay. In reality, Natsuki has been sleeping for 10 years. Indeed, he had been sleeping in the prison barrier formation for 10 years and had not taken a bath for 10 years. With this thought in mind, Kanon and Nagisa looked at Nayu strangely. It was as if they were looking at something pitiful, causing the word, well, to appear on Nayu's forehead. But like Wu Yin said, this is a fact. Even if the prison barrier is his own world, he wouldn't be able to get dirty if he stayed there for too long. However, Natsuki was still a young girl. Which girl would want to be seen as someone who hasn't bathed in 10 years? Natsuki took a few deep breaths to suppress her anger and looked at Wu Yin with hostility. Even if that's the case, I can bathe alone. Why'd I have to bathe with you? Wu Yin smiled brightly. His eyes were crooked from smiling. It doesn't matter, he said. You're just a little girl less than 10 years old. It's not a big deal to bathe with me, is it? Who told you it's not a big deal? Natsuki raised her voice to express her anger. You don't see me as a little girl anymore. I even need someone to bathe for me, right? Fine. Wu Yin shrugged helplessly. Natsuki snorted. Even Kotori, Kanon, and Nagisa laughed bitterly. Just when everyone thought Wu Yin was joking and didn't intend to bathe with Natsuki, Wu Yin suddenly reached out and picked her up. What are you doing? Natsuki cried out. He. Wu Yin giggled when he met Natsuki's panicked eyes. He teased her. Natsuki-chan, come bathe with me. Don't call me Natsuki-chan. Natsuki retorted and struggled. Let go of me. Natsuki's struggle is as weak as an ant compared to him. Wu Yin ignored her, and he carried the struggling Natsuki into the bathroom. Kanon and Nagisa looked at Natsuki being carried into the bathroom. They didn't know how to react for a while. Oh, did he start a new strategy? Kotori glanced at the bathroom with a smirk. You're quite capable, Kanon and Nagisa, who had just recovered from their shock, almost fell into a state of confusion again. I'll talk. Kotori-chan. Nagisa closed her eyes in exasperation as she yelled at Kotori. Don't you care about Sensei? He's. I know. He's bathing with another girl. Kotori sucked on her lollipop and shook her leg expressionlessly. It's not the first time anyway. You two don't mind it too much. Kotori sighed when she saw the two girls' stunned expressions. Otherwise, you'll be in for a lot of trouble. With that, Kotori stood up and returned to her room, leaving the two cute and beautiful girls staring at each other, completely at a loss of what to do. For a moment, the entire hall fell silent. What are you doing? Stop. Be a good girl and don't move. How are you going to take off your clothes? Who said you could take off my clothes? How are you going to bathe if you don't take off your clothes? I said I can bathe myself. You're already in here and you're still saying that? Fine, if that's the case. Stop. You can take off this too. No. Inside the bathroom, Wu Yan's triumphant laughter and Natsuki's enraged cries rang out. Kanon and Nagisa heard their flirtatious conversation, and they blushed. Nagisa blushed, and her eyes were filled with anger. While Kanon blushed, she secretly glanced in the direction of the bathroom. Her eyes were filled with envy. She also wanted to bathe with Wu Yin. Splash. With a clear splash, Natsuki was tossed into the water. Luckily, Wu Yin held her up with his hand. Otherwise, Natsuki would have had to drink a few mouthfuls of the bathwater. You bastard. Natsuki hugged her body and glared hatefully at the smiling Wu Yin. If her power hadn't been taken away by number 014, she would have used her discipline lock to hang Wu Yin in the air. Wu Yin smiled at Natsuki's murderous glare. His smile was still there, but it was no longer playful. Instead, he looked serious. Natsuki cried out in surprise, and Wu Yin pulled her into his arms. He splashed water on her, and he placed his hand on Natsuki's head. He started stroking her beautiful long hair. You're still as soft as ever, whether it's your real body or your avatar. Natsuki, who was about to elbow Wu Yin, stiffened and lost her strength. She leaned into Wu Yan's arms. Of course. Natsuki lowered her head and stroked her hair. That avatar I created based on my own body. It's almost the same as my real body. Is that so? Wu Yin chuckled and rubbed his chin against Natsuki's head. But I still feel like there's a big difference. He tightened his grip on Natsuki's waist. pulling her smooth body closer to his chest. Wu Yin whispered in Natsuki's ear. I feel like the real body is much warmer than the avatar. Idiot! Now you turned her head away in an unnatural manner. Slight ripples appeared in her eyes, causing her heart to beat faster. She could only let out a scolding that was neither light nor heavy to hide her current feelings. You turned the entire Itagami Island upside down for a little bit of warmth. What an idiot. Wu Yin shook his head with a chuckle. He continued to help Natsuki wash her body. If I'm an idiot for doing this, then let me be an idiot for the rest of my life. Natsuki fell silent. She lowered her head and didn't say anything for a long time. After a long time, she finally said something. Idiot. Perhaps Wu Yin sensed something different from Natsuki's words. A gentle smile appeared on his face. Natsuki snuggled into Wu Yan's embrace, and she closed her eyes. Her heart is strangely calm. Ding! Avatar Natsuki has fused with user's body. Mental fusion. Existence meets the conditions to activate Beast Mark. Beast Mark has been activated. Avatar Natsuki has been transformed into a vassal beast. The system beep that came from the depths of his mind caused his smile to freeze. Before he could react, another beep came. Beep. Avatar Natsuki is in an abnormal state. Vassal beast transformation failed. Avatar Natsuki has returned to normal. Transformation will begin again. What? Wu Yin cried out in shock. Natsuki looked at him in confusion. What's wrong? Nothing. And nothing. Wu Yin brushed Natsuki off. He ignored Natsuki's confused gaze and continued what he was doing. His wine-red eyes were filled with thoughts. Chapter 988. Bang! As soon as he returned to the apartment and saw the sofa, Gu Cheng threw himself onto it, ignoring the fact that his face was smashed onto the sofa. His eyes were filled with exhaustion. I'm so tired. I'm going to fall apart. I'm going to shatter. I'm going to die. The face buried under the sofa kept moaning. Koju, who was originally very carefree, had completely turned into a dispirited person. This made Nagisa very unhappy. Kojo-kun, you're just running an errand for Sensei. You're not going to fight the prison barrier. If you continue like this, no girl will like you. Koju forced himself up and forced a smile. He wanted to cry, but no tears came out. What do you mean, I'm not going to fight the criminals in the prison barrier? I'm going to fight the criminals in the prison barrier, of course. Gu Cheng couldn't say this out loud. Otherwise, wouldn't his excuse of running errands be exposed? Unlike Koju, Yakina had a serious expression on her face. She walked to Wu Yin with a straight face. Sensei, here's what you want. I prepared everything. So fast. Wu Yin looked at Yakina in surprise. Yakina chuckled. There's a Lion King organization office on Itagami Island. I want to ask them for help. After all, it's hard to find anything on Itagami Island. Ever since the prison barrier was liberated, Itagami Island has turned into a battlefield. Even though it's protected by the barrier, it's still not safe. Due to the barrier, Itagami Island is protected by the barrier. However, running around in such a place filled with battles, not to mention finding things, even their safety was a problem. Plus, most of the residents on Itagami Island are gone. She has to do it herself if she wants to find something. If it wasn't for the Lion King organization office on the island, even with Yukina's shrewdness, it would be hard to gather all the necessities for the new prison. Yukina's job is simple. It's not as easy as Koju's. Wu Yin gave Yakina a thumbs up. He turned to Koju on the sofa. Then, what about those prison barrier criminals who were arrested again? They've lost their ability to fight for the time being. I followed your instructions and threw them to the cornerstone gate. They should be guarded by the special forces, right? Koju scratched his head. He didn't try to hide it from Nagisa. Now, in Nagisa's eyes, he was just an errand boy who was going to report to the management community on the artificial island to help the teachers catch the criminals in the prison barrier. Therefore, he didn't need to avoid Nagisa to talk about this in person. The special forces. Wu Yin rubbed his chin. I hope they can keep an eye on the criminals. Don't underestimate the Special Administrative Region Garrison Force. Natsuki, who had worked with him for 10 years as the instructor of the Special Administrative Region Guard Force, immediately defended them. They're just a bunch of criminals who have lost their ability to fight. With the ability of the Special Administrative Region Guard Force, it wouldn't be difficult to guard them for a few days. Is that so? Wu Yin scratched his face. Why do I feel like they won't be of much help? That's because our opponents are the prison barrier criminals. Natsuki shook her head. With their abilities, it's good enough that they didn't get hurt. Are they really that good? Nagisa shrunk her neck. To her, the special forces protecting the peace of Itagami Island are really good. She's just a normal middle school student after all. They're much better than you think. Kotori knocked Nagisa's head with her hands on her hips. That's why you shouldn't run around. At least not for the time being. I know. Nagisa puffed up her cheeks and lowered her shoulders. Why is it that everyone can help, but I can't do anything? You? Kotori laughed bitterly. She knocked Nagisa's head again. Don't keep looking down. Otherwise, everyone will be dispirited too. Nagisa quickly pulled herself together. The depression in her heart left as quickly as it came. All right, I'll go make some food for everyone. I'll help too. Cannon pulled Nagisa's sleeve, eliciting a chuckle for Nagisa. Wu Yin watched as the two stood up. Just as he was about to say something, a strange yet powerful aura appeared in Wu Yan's senses. His smile froze. This is... Stimulated by the aura, Wu Yin shuddered and he looked at the source of the aura. It's right above him. What's wrong? Cannon and Nagisa were about to enter the kitchen when they saw Wu Yin looking up at the ceiling. They also looked up in confusion. What's wrong with the ceiling? This aura... Natsuki, Kotori, Yakaina, and Koju seemed to have noticed something as well. They looked up at the ceiling in bewilderment. It was also at this moment that everyone sensed that the strange aura coming from above their heads seemed to have reached a critical point. It was as if something had detonated it, and it fiercely smashed down. Although he didn't know what the main body of this aura was, judging from its strength, once it smashed down, this apartment would be turned into ruins. Not good. Natsuki, Yakaina, and Koju gasped in shock. Kotori hugged Cannon and Nagisa. Wu Yin didn't hesitate. He channeled his mana, and he disappeared from the living room. When he reappeared, he was already on top of the apartment's rooftop. Wu Yin looked up at the dark sky above him. The next moment, he saw the source of the aura. It's a whirlwind that looks like a whirlpool. Accompanied by a sharp tremor, a huge vortex of air formed by strong winds rolled up under the dark sky. A huge whirlwind of more than 100 meters in size swept down from above, accompanied by a whistling sound. It was like the tail of a tornado falling from the sky, falling in the direction of the apartment. It's not going to show any mercy. Natsuki, Nagisa, Yakaina, and Koju will be heavily injured if they get sucked into the whirlwind. They might even die. Realizing this, Wu Yan's eyes flashed with anger. There are no other residents in the apartment. Those who are left are the most important people to him. How dare you? Crimson ripples appeared in the air. Before the ripples spread, Wu Yin grabbed the gate of Babylon and pulled the Nyaton Shana out of the gate of Babylon. Raising his head to look at the sky, he coldly stared at the huge whirlwind that was descending from the sky. A ring of red lotus flames suddenly ignited on the blade of Nyendian Shana, under the control of its master, the Nin Temple Shana, whose eyes flashed with a cold light and was burning with red lotus flames, swung it up into the air. Whoosh, as the dazzling firelight drew a precise arc. A sea of fire with an area of more than 100 meters, even larger than the whirlwind, suddenly rose with the dazzling firelight as the source. As if erupting from the depths of hell, it carried the atmosphere so hot that it was evaporating and violently met the whirlwind. Boom! An incomparably hot sea of fire suddenly swarmed forward, roasting the space and wrapping the whirlwind vortex that came into contact with it inside. In an instant, the whirlwind that came into contact with the sea of fire was engulfed by the domineering flames. The whirlwind trembled and evaporated into nothingness. Under the dark sky, above the heavy apartment, the whirlwind dissipated and turned into a puff of smoke together with the sea of fire of red lotus, drifting away into the distance. What? A gasp of disbelief resounded as the whirlwind and the sea of flames dissipated. Wu Yin turned around and looked at the source of the sound, which is the rooftop of the building next to the apartment building. There are 5 figures there. One of them is Immortal Yi, the criminals from the prison barrier. They're here to attack. Chapter 989. What? The person who exclaimed was the prison barrier criminal who looked like a delinquent. You actually made my... A face that was originally filled with arrogance and despotism was replaced by a gloomy expression, rendering that loathsome face ashen. It could be seen that his attack was ineffective. For the delinquent youth, it seemed to be a matter of great shock. That flame, the old man in the llama costume suddenly widened his wrinkled eyes. There was a flicker of fire in his eyes. That's definitely not an ordinary flame. Who is he? The flirtatious woman and the burly man both looked at Wu Yin, who was floating in the air. One of them still looked seductive and the other cold, but from their tone, it's clear that they're serious. Having stayed in the prison barrier together for such a long time, they knew how strong the delinquent youth was. Now, the full force attack of the delinquent youth was actually blocked just like that, so they couldn't help but become vigilant. Even Immortal City's Mu, Yi couldn't help but squint his fiery eyes. At the moment the prison barrier was released, Immortal Capital Mu, Yi could have successfully taken away that month's time with the situation at that time. However, because Wu Yin stabbed the talisman into Natsuki's body, number 014's curse wasn't complete. It took away her power, but it didn't take away her memories. For Immortal Yi who wants to recreate the Dark Oath book, this is completely useless. And now, because of this man, looks like he was the one who set up the barrier. Immortal Yi lowered his head. His murmur attracted the attention of the other 4 prison barrier criminals. It's him. The criminals all looked at Wu Yin. A murderous aura began to rise from their bodies. It's a murderous aura that only evil people who've gone through countless massacres and whose hands are stained with blood can have. Yin. Teacher. On the other side, the door to the rooftop opened. Kodari, Natsuki, Kanon, Nagisa, Yakaina, and Koju all ran to the scene. They faced the criminals from the prison barrier. Natsuki's face tensed up as she looked at the 5 figures. So it's you guys. You're the Witch of Space. The flirtatious woman was startled by Natsuki's current appearance and didn't recognize her at first glance. Ah, what's wrong? Sorceress of the Void. How did you become like this? The delinquent looked at Natsuki, who had shrunk a few sizes. He was stunned for a moment, then he laughed maniacally. She suits you, bastard. He descended from the sky. He landed beside Natsuki. Wu Yin frowned as he looked at the other 4 figures other than Immortal Yi. The criminals with Immortal Yi? Looks like they're not ordinary. Natsuki nodded and glanced at the delinquent who was laughing maniacally. Sutra D. He's a criminal who inherited the ability of a quasi-god descendant, Tenbu. He has the ability to control psychokinesis. He should be the one who attacked just now. His line of sight swept over Sutra Kazan, who was standing at the side of Sutra Kazan. The flirtatious woman beside D. Natsuki spoke. Girlio, Giraldi, the bloodline of the 3rd primogenitor, the Chaos Empress. He's a pure-blooded vampire from the old generation. His familiar can control the minds of others. He's a dangerous character. She finished. Natsuki looked at the burly armored man. Bruder? Dambu Gullov is a former mercenary hired by the Western European Church. He is also the last descendant of the Dragon Slayer clan. His strength is all in that body and that sword. When facing him, you must be careful of his sword. Natsuki looked at the old man in llama attire. As for him, he's called Chilika. His name is Chilika. He's a monster with a flame spirit spell implanted in his body. He's a spirit user, A flame spirit user? Coterie, who didn't even look at the prison barrier criminals, didn't even bother to look at them. Hearing Natsuki's words, he finally glanced at Chilika with an interested expression on his face. Oh, I see. Wu Yin pursed his lips, and he chuckled. Plus, Sinakamu, is using the same magic system as you. None of them are easy to deal with. Hey, Koju clenched his fists. He gritted his teeth when he sensed the ominous aura from the five figures. Isn't the situation bad? Coterie, Yukina-chan, Kanon-chan. Nagisa grabbed Yukina's hand and hugged Kanon. It's fine, Nagisa-chan. Yukina squeezed Nagisa's hand and forced a smile. Wu Yen, Sensei, and Minamiya Sensei are both here. It'll be fine. Nagisa looked at Yukina and sighed in relief as if she had been convinced. However, she didn't notice the deep worry in Yukina's eyes. Natsuki has lost half of her power, and Koju, Kanon, and herself can't reveal their identities in front of Nagisa. Yukina doesn't know if Wu Yin and Coterie are enough to deal with the 5 prison barrier criminals. Of course, that's because Yukina doesn't know Wu Yin and Coterie's true strength. Otherwise, she wouldn't think that way. This was because the 5 criminals of the prison barrier were all Type 8 powerhouses, and they were not ordinary Type 8 powerhouses. However, Wu Yin and Coterie are Tier 9. Even if they only send one of them, they can easily take care of them. Furthermore, the 2 of them were not the only ones facing the 5 criminals from the prison barrier formation. Oh, seems like something interesting is going on here. With a frivolous voice and a wave of golden mist, Vatler appeared with his hands in his pockets, his face full of excitement. How cunning of you to not invite me to such an interesting event. Vatler, Dimitri, Vatler. Many people present exclaimed at the same time, causing the smile on Vatler's face to grow even wider. He took a step forward and stood in front of Wu Yin and the others. Vatler scanned the 5 people in front of him, and his smile widened. Secretary Demonis, descendant of the Deva, the last descendant of the Dragon Slayer clan, the clan of the Chaos Empress, the controller of the Flame Sprites. Ha! Vatler couldn't suppress the joy in his heart. He couldn't help but laugh. Good. That's great. That's what makes it interesting. Hearing Vatler's excited laughter, as if he had found his prey, the other 4, with the exception of Immortal Capital Muyi, were a little angry. Despicable bastard. He's just a vampire noble. Veins popped out on Sutla's forehead. Under the control of his anger, a sharp gust of wind swirled around him. With a whistling sound, it turned into a deadly invisible wind blade that sliced towards Vatler. Don't get too cocky, bastard. Heh. Vatler's face was ferocious, and his eyes quickly turned scarlet. At the same time, a sea snake wrapped in blue flames appeared behind him. It opened its mouth, and a super strong pressure that was far stronger than the previous one blasted forward like an invisible heavy cannonball with a sonic boom. In the next moment, the invisible wind blade and the invisible air pressure cannonball clashed together. Boom, a deafening roar unavoidably reverberated, bringing with it a violent gust of wind. When the 2 attacks that both manipulated the atmosphere collided, the surrounding airflow was affected and exploded like sound waves. The wind waves that were no less powerful than a Force 10 typhoon swept out in all directions. Yukina, Kanon, and Nagisa hurriedly raised their hands to shield themselves, but they were almost blown away by the wind. No, Nagisa, who was smaller and a normal person, was already on the verge of collapsing. Wu Yin appeared beside the 3 girls and caught Nagisa, who was about to fall. He also pulled Kanon, who was feeling uncomfortable from the wind, and protected the 2 girls in his arms. Wu Yin took a deep breath, and he looked at Nagisa, who is still in his arms. She's the only one who is still alive right now. Sorry, Nagisa, you should sleep for now. Nagisa only had time to hear this before a strong sense of drowsiness assaulted her mind, lulling her to sleep. Battle. It was on the verge of erupting. Chapter 990. Kanon. Ah! Canon shrieked in surprise. Before she could react, the sleeping Nagisa was shoved into her arms. I'll leave Nagisa in your care. Canon was stunned. Her eyes were filled with panic. Me? Wuxia nodded. He smiled warmly at Canon's panicked expression. He patted her head. Believe in yourself. You can protect Nagisa. I believe in you. Hearing this, Canon's eyes lit up. Then, they turned into determination as she nodded. Yes, very good. Wu Yin smiled in satisfaction. His expression hardened. His arm transformed into a pitch-black, ghostly hand with red veins. Descend. Angel's holiness. Mana surged into Canon's body in a manner invisible to the naked eye and unrestrained by space. Canon's body suddenly emitted a dazzling glow after receiving the powerful mana. In the blink of an eye, 3 pairs of pure white wings unfurled from Canon's back. Feathers fluttered in the air as a holy halo appeared above her head. With a dense radiance, the pure girl turned into a holy angel. Her radiance illuminated the dark sky. After regaining control of her familiars, Canon's confidence swelled. She carried Nagisa and flapped her wings, flying far away from the battlefield. A familiar? Kanae's Canon is a familiar. Not Suki, who had yet to learn of Canon's true identity, was shocked to see the angelic girl shrouded in light. She turned around and looked at Koju and Yakina beside her. What the hell is going on? I don't know either. Koju shook his head with a bitter smile. Yakina looked away from Canon. According to Sensei, because of him, Yanasi seemed to have transformed from a human into his familiar. As for the reason, he has never told us. Not Suki frowned. Something flashed in her eyes as she thought of something. But soon, his thoughts were replaced by a rumbling sound. Boom! Under Vatler's control, the dark blue sea serpent spat out a violent atmospheric pressure and went straight for the 5 criminals inside the prison barrier. Without any explanation, it bombarded the top floor of the opposite building. The fragile buildings were destroyed by the bombardment. Only a pile of broken stone fragments was left behind. Amidst the cracking sounds, they fell to the ground, stirring up a thick cloud of dust. They actually attacked the 5 of us at the same time. Gigliola, who had moved to another building with his companions, sneered. Dimitri? Vatler, do you want to fight all 5 of us at once? That's not bad. Vatler laughed evilly. Isn't it interesting? Roar. The sea snake-like familiar roared as Vatler laughed maniacally. Then, like a train, it charged towards the 5 prisoners in the prison barrier. That bastard. How arrogant. Shutla's face was livid. Does he really want to kill all 5 of us at once? Seriously, Brooder coldly watched the sea serpent familiar charge at him. He drew his greatsword from his back and took a step forward. Like a mayfly trying to shake a tree, he charged towards Vatler's familiar. Wuxia. The simple greatsword slashed across the sea snake familiar's neck like a flash of a blade, viciously chopping down. If someone who didn't know what was going on saw this, they would laugh themselves to death. Familiars are highly concentrated mana entities with a will. In other words, they're mana itself. The only way to stop a vassal beast from being released was to use a greater amount of mana than the vassal beast itself to cancel out. Brooder, on the other hand, slashed at the familiar with his greatsword. Such an action was like using a sword to slash at a volcano that was erupting. The final result would definitely be drowning in the magma that erupted from the volcano, and not even leaving behind a corpse. However, what happened next caused everyone's jaws to drop. The armored Brooder swung his greatsword at the sea serpent familiar. There was a dazzling flash as a normal yet powerful slash landed on the familiar's neck. Vatler's familiar was sliced in half. It didn't even have time to cry out before it disappeared into thin air. Wah! Koju and Yukina's pupils shrunk to the size of a needle. Vatler was stunned for a moment before he laughed happily. It's as if the one that died wasn't his familiar, but a piece of trash. I almost forgot. You're a descendant of the Dragon Slayer clan. Vatler's familiar is a serpent, but it's powerful enough to carry some dragon attributes. Otherwise, Vatler's serpent familiar wouldn't be able to take on the form of a dragon when they fused together. For a dragon slayer like Brooder, even if it was the familiar of a vampire that was invincible below the level of a true ancestor, it was still easier to deal with than a vampire familiar of the younger generation. However, Vatler's joy only grew when he saw this. Not bad. Not bad at all. The joy in his heart brought about a powerful magic that no one could ignore. It was like the most eye-catching color that dyed Vatler's body in a fiery glow. Rising from the glow was a snake-shaped familiar that glowed with a black light. Roar! The serpent familiar roared. Under the influence of a special power, its roar became a tangible sound wave. As it roared, pitch-black cracks appeared in the air and shot towards Brooder like ferocious spears. Bang, bang, bang. Vatler had gone all out. Apart from fusing with his familiar, he was using his strongest attack. He didn't care about his surroundings at all. He ordered his familiar to attack indiscriminately. The surrounding buildings were engulfed by the invasion of the pitch-black cracks. Like decaying wooden houses, they were destroyed in the blink of an eye. Stone fragments flew in all directions mercilessly and spread out, forcing the criminals to once again dodge. However, such behavior had completely ignited the fury in the hearts of some criminals. Don't get too full of yourself. Snake Charmer. Gigliola's eyes turned into a true red color. Magic power rolled up from her body, and a long whip flashing with red light appeared in her hand. It's a familiar weapon, an ability that only female vampires under the command of the third true ancestor can use. Gigliora summoned his whip-shaped familiar. The soft, boneless whip tore through the air and arrived in front of Vatler's familiar in an instant. It then coiled around the familiar tightly. Roar! The snake-shaped familiar roared again. However, this time, its roar was laced with traces of pain. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the serpent familiar roared in pain and turned around. It abandoned Vatler to attack Wu Yin and the others. Vatler frowned when he sensed his familiar break free from his control. Then, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. So that's how it is. A familiar that can control wills? She can even control other familiar beasts, as expected of a pure-blood princess. Is this the time to smile so casually? Koju shouted hysterically from behind, seeing Vatler ignore the vassal beasts that were about to attack them. He gritted his teeth and raised his hand. Frostwolf. Koju was about to summon his familiar when a feminine shout interrupted him. A silver spear with a cold gleam appeared in front of the serpent familiar at an unimaginable speed. It pierced the serpent familiar's head without hesitation. There was no sound, and the serpent familiar and the whip-like familiar were crushed into nothingness by the silver spear. Wah! Gigliora was shocked. Wielding her silver spear, Yakina stood in front of everyone and faced Giriola. Sensei, let me deal with her. Wu Yin glanced at Yakina, thought for a moment, then nodded. From a certain point of view, Yakina, who possessed the Frost Wolf, was Giriola's nemesis. GMO. Koju was stunned. He scratched his head helplessly and glanced at Shutla. Looks like I can't just stand here and watch the show. When Kodori heard this, she nodded in agreement. She turned her red eyes toward Chilika, who was in his llama attire, and a smile appeared on her face. I'll go have some fun then, Flame Spirit's Messenger, that you're tuning into the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.